Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the North America Strikers League Season 7. My name is Kbot. No, it's not. It's Vaughn. I'm joined by three, if I'm not mistaken, completely new guests to the pre show. These are all brawlers, my favorite role, my most beloved role, the most skillful role. Three new brawlers to nasl. I'm excited to see their debut today. And I'm just going to go down the list from top to bottom because we're on a bit of a time crunch here. First off, I have Tempo Melon, who is the brawler for the Rat Pack, who just qualified with her team. Tempo, I want you to take 30 seconds, talk about what playing in nasl means to you and why people should root for you.
I've always wanted to be in Naples. I realized it existed, so I'm really excited to be able to do that. And people should root for us because we have really funny games no matter what. So
Thank you very much. Hey, knowers know that I Tempo Melon clips. I feel strongly about how special they are. So moving down, we have the NAST to the NASA, maybe potential soon to be nasl champion named Chaotic, and exact same questions to you, sir.
I'm excited. I think it's gonna be fun to play in nasl, and should root for my team because it's the plot line. We have to win nasl.
That's facts. That is facts. It is destiny at this point. And last but not least, we have Zay Forever coming in hot, fresh off his qualification with Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay, same questions to you.
I've always wanted to play nasl because I thought that was where I'd have the most fun, because playing against good players and playing with good players, that's when the game's at its peak, and I've always believed that, and it's definitely the truth.
All right. Hey,
And I've been
I
waiting
agree.
for 5 years to play in nasl, so I'm finally here. So.
He's here. We're all here. So again, congratulations to every team that qualified. We would have had the Dog Slayers on here, but they're warming up right now because they're about to play their nasl match in just a couple minutes. So we're going to move right along. I have a couple talking points just so people can get to know these new faces to the league, and we're going to talk very briefly. I sent out a survey to every single nasl player, and almost every single nasl player responded. So very quickly, we're going to go over some maybe controversial takes, and I'd like everyone on the desk to share their own opinions as well. The first thing I want to talk about that nasl players were asked are, is KO in a healthy spot? Okay, we're going to just go down the desk. I will refrain from my answer till the end. Tempo, I'll take a, we either are strongly disagree, don't care, neutral, agree, or strongly agree. I'd like everyone on the desk to just answer with their answer, and then I'd like to show the whole nasl, and we'll just move along. We don't have time to go into details at this time. So, Tempo, I think that KO is in a healthy spot going into the nasl season. What's your
strongly
take?
agree.
Next, name Chaotic.
Neutral.
Next, Zay Forever.
Maybe not.
Disagree?
Disagree. We'll see, though.
Okay, I'm going to say agree. Results on the board. You can see what your fellow nasl players, I pointed the wrong way. But without further ado, bit of an even split on this one. Everyone kind of feels differently, but overall, I don't think it's a completely over-indexed strategy. We're going to move right along to the second question that I have on a desk with all brawler players. I think that goalie is the strongest role in competitive Omega Strikers. Tempo Melon, what do you think?
Strongly agree.
Name Chaotic, what do you think?
I'm neutral on this one too.
Oh, good boy. Okay, Zay Forever, what do you think?
Always been the most broken since launch, so.
All right. Cheers, everyone. I disagree with that. Okay, let's show the results. As always, if anyone is curious about all these questions, there are many more. I have the results. If you're interested, I'm going to post them probably in Westcord because that's the most accessible community Discord possible. You can see all the results here. There are many more questions that we'll not cover today. So these are the responses of current nasl players. What they think is the strongest role. My take is on the current patch, I think it's Brawler. Anyway, next question. I think that the Fool, Zoro, Samuel Zychinsky, Gateway, T, Polar, Cortex, Slew, Goalie, Suit Jacket, has the best chance to win Rookie of the Season. Tempo Melon.
Strongly disagree.
Name Chaotic.
Strongly agree.
Type shit. Zay Forever.
No shot.
Okay. I put neutral. I think that there is a close debate. I love Sam as much, but a lot of times we've seen that rookie awards as well as MVPs tend towards the team with the best record. even if it's not necessarily true, it just gives you that edge. And I'm not sure if Polar will be the best record going into the end of the season. Well, time will only tell, but I think skill-wise, the Fool is most certainly a great fit into nasl, and he's arguably a top 5 goalie in his position already. So I'm curious to see how that pans out. Very excited to see him here. People know that I have a soft spot for that guy, so let's move on. Here is my favorite question for the desk. I think that at least 2 of the 4 rookie teams, HMG, Dog Slayers, Polar Cortex, Rat Pack. I think at least 2 of those teams will oust the returning teams and kick them out of playoffs. So at least 2 of the 4 teams will make playoffs this season. Temple Melon, I'm going to start with you.
Strongly disagree.
Interesting. Okay. Name Chaotic.
Strongly agree.
Okay. Zay Forever.
I agree.
Okay. I'll say
It doesn't say
disagree.
they're going to. It says you think they might.
Yeah, that's correct. I disagree.
That's
I think at least one will make it. I don't know which one. nasl's a long season. If you haven't played a nasl before, the difficulty of keeping consistency is very, very real. Every team here is a killer. You've got every player that's ever won an S tier in this league, so it's very hard to keep that up. I do think one rookie team will make it. Usually almost always one does. I'm curious to see which one does. If more than one, even better. Okay, last but not least, I think, well, actually, we'll show the results on screen if we haven't already, but after that, I think that trash talk should be encouraged. Let's start with Tempo Melon. Should be encouraged, not allowed, encouraged.
Neutral.
Tempo Melon. Neutral. Name Chaotic.
Agree.
Zay Forever.
I'm neutral.
Interesting. I actually didn't expect to agree with this. I am neutral as well. This is going to be a surprise. Over 50% of the responses are either neutral or disagree, which I found quite interesting. Now, that doesn't mean people aren't okay with trash talk. It just should it be encouraged? Maybe not. So as we reflect on how we interact with our league players throughout the scene, think about if the person that you're about to yap with is actually interested. Some people just go ahead and play for the love of the game. Hey, I'll always trash talk my friends, but sometimes when we don't know each other like that, I'm just going to hit you with a handshake. Hey, GG's, all a day. Anyway, so I'm neutral on that. With that being said, those are some of the opinions of your new nasl members. I will release the entire results list in announcements after this. There's many more questions, so if you want to take a look at that, feel free. But now we're going to go to the last part of our segment, which is predictions, and also a small rule change for the first time ever with map pick bans. So, long story short, map pick ban has been tweaked very slightly to start week 1 of the North American Strikers League. All that has changed is that it is a slight buff to map select side, not just usually whenever any team wins. I think the statistic was 46 out of the 48 or 44 out of the 48 series played last season. When a team won a coin flip, they took side select. 2 out of those 4, by the way, hug, W. And now a slight change has tweaked the first phase of the map pick ban, where if you are the map pick side select team, that was confusing. If you've picked map selection, your team will have an increased quality of life change in terms of who bans what in what order. So if you're on stream watching today and you see it looks a little different than normal, that's the reason why. Just know that it's a small buff to the map selection side, and we'll leave it at that. Now, last thing is we're going to go into the match predictions for today. Starting off the day, we have one of our 4 rookie teams, which again is just really exciting. Like, I don't know. I don't remember the last time nasl's had so many like fresh faces. Very exciting for me. The first game of the day is Dog Slayers. They had a bit of a Cinderella run. I'm very excited to see the Dog Slayers play, and they are actually playing against a team slotting in a new midfielder, the Bozo Bunch. Okay, Bozo Bunch, almost said streak. Nope, that's the old midfielder. Merchant, Gramella joining them from the soon-to-be Strikers, and then the most recent S-tier winner, Dropletto, yay, versus the Dog Slayers 3 with Weston, Nikki Middleton, who swapped from brawler to midfield just a month and change ago, and then Twisty making her nasl debut as well. Last notable placement from Twisty was top 3 at Sheb, and a very, very solid performance on her team on NASA. So I'm just going to go top to bottom. Temple Melon, I just need the match prediction score for this game.
Dogs 2-0.
Based. Okay. Dogs 2-0. Name chaotic.
Yeah, I'm down. Dogs 2-0.
Zay forever.
Bozo 2-1.
I'm going to agree with you, Zay. I think Bozo's going to have that veterancy that is important in this first day. I'm going to see if the dogs can make it past those debut nerves because they are real. I remember that first series of nasl as well, getting a little antsy and then just being like, oh, okay, this is business as usual. This is the game I know. I have a lot of faith in the forward duo for dogs, and I'm curious to see how Bozo Bunch plays around Weston's kind of unique 1-2 comfort picks of Atlas and Drakkar, because they don't really contest Atlas very much, but they do contest Drakkar quite a bit on Bozo. We saw Bozo pick it multiple times last season. So let's go ahead and move on. Now we have rebranded Showtime, now called Demon Time. Fire rename because they have Gumi from Demon's Raw. That's right, Demon's Raw has officially died. 07's in the chat for one of the absolute pinnacles of the competitive OS scene from 2023 to 2026. Obviously, I feel strongly about Demon's Raw. I love all those guys. So Demon Time is the Showtime forward duo with Barcode stepping away, and this time Gumi is coming in. So that is a roster made straight from hell, which is adequate for their name, Demon Time. And they're playing against Polar Cortex, another rookie team thrown right into the fire from the get-go. Welcome to nasl, guys. Temple Melon, what's your match prediction for this?
Demon Time 2-0.
All right, name chaotic. Let's hear it.
Polar infinity to 0.
That's facts. Amen. Zay?
Demon Time 2-0.
See, here's the thing. People might not know. I was the Polar Cortex coach. Now, how much did I do? Who could say? That's, insider information. But I do remember two things. One, A, predicted that I would lose playoffs last season, and two, I don't have my nasty championship role. For that reason, Demon Time is smoking these noobs. No matter how well named Chaotic or Zoro play, Aiden is fake and a fraud, and that guy sucks. So he's going 0-9. It's over, and it starts here. So Demon Time 2-0. Next, we have my team, the Sad Boys. We're going back. We're done with Hug. It was fun. Where my Hug at? It was a good time, but now we're back to business. Another 07 goes out to my good friend Caleb. You already lose. He has officially hung up the jersey. He's done. He's still around. He's helped us scrim from time to time, but he is no longer competing in OS. The 4-time nasl champ is gone. That's a crazy thing to say, by the way. 56% of the titles have gone to him. So instead, we have Kainoob as our permanent starter, and I'll be in the goalie position with Bells, of course, my lover. And then on the other side, we are playing against EKC. That's the classic, boys. EKC. That's a nasl 3 Grand Finals rematch. Let's go ahead and go through the predictions, starting with Tempo Melon.
Boys 2-0.
Bet. Name chaotic.
Boys 2-1.
Bet. Zay forever.
Boys 2-1 for fun.
Cheers. I'm going to say boys 2-0. I think we're nasty right now, and you can't. I'll just let everyone know live on broadcast. Just practice your Inkies and your Otten. You can't ban them both. We're going to take you there. So cheers. W Map Pool. I'm a fan. Next, let's move on to the next series. We have probably one of the two series I'm most interested in seeing, RTF versus HMG. RTF was the team that was flying the highest last season. Rookie of the season in that guy, Hungry Boy. Number 1 brawler last season, Leo Leon. Number 3 goalie, if I'm not mistaken, Moffin Curry. A 4th place finish was actually less than people expected. That was a championship favorite, and they're back better than ever. And then on the other side, we have Zay Forever's HMG with the Milkman. My dad, that guy sunned me hard last season, and he's also got Josh, not Gramella for people who know him like that, but Josh with a period. And who's got a nasty midfield, especially I know how effective he is on stuff like Estelle and Kai, so that guy's kind of a demon. I'd like to hear everyone's predictions for this match.
I'll say RTF 2-1.
All right. Name chaotic?
HMG 2-1. I love Trevor.
Okay. Zay?
HM Jizzle 2-1.
I'm going to be fake. I got to say RTF because Hungry Boy has been playing like a god in our scrims. Like I am stunned. If you ever outplay Kainub in a BO3 scenario, or at least go even with him, that is really impressive to me. This Hungermo guy's a beast. If he's not lagging, he's 1v9 Glizzy machine. Even though he's the worst League of Legends player I know. So last but not least, we have the final series of the day. Probably the most exciting caster duo we'll ever see. Stay tuned to see who that is. Who could say? It is the Rat Pack versus Bombardiers, renamed from their previous name, Soon to be Strikers, into WAC. This is the Bombardiers. Bombardiers has 3Z, Breezy, and Shapeshifting running it back this season, but instead of Shapeshifting being goalie, he has role swap to midfield, which is a role swap that doesn't normally like work out. We're going to see how that pans out this season. On the other side in Rat Pack, we have Temple Melon and Carmine. The forward pair, Carmine's second midfielder, all pro last season. Great season from him. And then Frightfully Fresh returning as a starter. Played some for Demons Raw. Also was known for Last Call. Helming with the most seasons there, veterancy. And we're going to start with Tempo. How do you guys think you're going to do?
2-0 Rat Pack.
All right, name Chaotic.
2-1 Rat.
I'm said HMG. Zay Forever.
2-1 Rats.
All right,
No,
I'm gonna.
Bomba.
Okay, Bomba. All right, I'll even up the desk. I think that having the 2-2 is hype. I think Bombardiers have got what it takes. I think Luke is a demon. If that guy's playing, he's arguably the best player in the league. Luke has really fired on all cylinders. And for people who haven't seen Bomba play, I want you to pay attention to how well 3Z and Shapeshifting move the ball. It is really quite something. Very enjoyable to watch their offensive sequences. With that being said, I want to thank my guests for their time on the show, and I want to thank Saya and Brickbat, the TOs, as well as the entire ref and casting squad that we have on standby for a start to the wonderful season. I always appreciate it. I love playing nasl. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. Parts of the week. Really big fan. Super excited. Without further ado, we're going to send it over after a very small break to the first match of nasl 7. Bozo Bunch versus Dog Slayers 3. Don't go anywhere. It's time for a rookie debut.
This is it, everybody. Welcome to North American Strikers League Season 7, and things are just about to begin. I cannot actually believe it. I'm NVNYC here, joined by Cloak Oak, and it's just so exciting to have the start of another nasl season, and we're just about to get into it here. Our first match of the day. It's going to be Bozo Bunch against Dog Slayers, but the teams are not exactly what they look like. Cloak Oak, why don't you go ahead and tell the people what we might be seeing on our first game?
Yeah, 7 seasons in, we're looking at some new faces and a little bit of the old faces as well. Bozo Bunch, we've seen all these players before, but they've never been on a team like this. It's Dropletto, Grimella, and Merchant. Dropletto carrying over, of course, that Bozo Bunch name. But this is very different from any other form of Bozo Bunch we've seen. And meanwhile, Twisty, Nikki Middleton, and Weston, I believe, are all making their debut in the North American Strikers League today. And I'm excited to see both this new team in terms of Dog Slayers 3, but also this new team of former nasl veterans from Bozo Bunch and seeing what these guys can cook up today. We're headed to Iki's Splash Zone, so get ready to surf up. We're about to get wild.
Yeah, actually insane to see how cool it is, the synergy between all of these nasl players, just kind of joining different teams and seeing how things work out. And like I said, Inky's Splash Zone, what a start. Although a lot of the higher level players don't really have a problem with this map, honestly. They've come to enjoy it and really understand that the resource available is just, you know, you can kind of play around it a little bit. Now we're going to start it off here. Bozo Bunch losing their first barrier, of course, but Weston's going to hold it down here, though a Crater Maker is going to actually end up giving the ball right over to Bozo Bunch safely enough. Nikki looking a little low now, and possibly the best brawler in the game going to find a kill. Not just yet. Although an opening here possibly for Merchant with that flip, but can't make it happen just yet. And this barrier is still going to hold.
Yeah. And while the barriers hold, I want to talk a little bit about this start of game draft here, because there's some interesting decisions here, for sure. I mostly want to look at the character draft as the second barrier goes down. These teams now have open nets. And as Twisty scores that first goal, let's talk about Dog Slayers 3, because they have a double midfield comp of sorts here. It's a Kai forward, but they're running double mag souls here. In fact, all the forwards are running mag souls and quick strikes in this game. But Kai is definitely an unconventional character to put in that brawler slot, right? He's pretty squishy. You have some speed. You definitely have some stuffing options, but not usually someone that you would traditionally see outside of midfield, right? Or goalie from time to time. So it's an interesting draft pick, but I think that on Inkies it can work particularly well because Kai is so good at taking advantage of this massive barrier space. He can cover so much of it with his offensive options. So I think it's not a bad option, and clearly it's working for them right now because they are a point up in this first set, and they're already making a pretty strong offensive push on this second barrier. But yeah, I like what Dog Slayers have opted for, even though it's a little bit unconventional in that sense.
I can agree with that. I think that double midfield on this map can definitely work out considering the size of the barrier like you're mentioning here, and it's just a lot of control. Really great strike there from Merchant. Almost kind of hid that Giga Blast behind the water cannon there, but Merchant is going to be wise to the situation and going to get that flip from that last little orb. No, like you're saying, I agree with that. A lot of control that the midfielders bring can make it really hard to hold on to these barriers, especially with Kai kind of charging forward with like the really good single play that is Barrage and possibly having a Cyber Swipe behind it. This kind of just makes it overwhelming for that one big play. And really, you know, with one barrier maps, one big play is sort of all it takes to really start up the momentum. If we're talking momentum, I mean, getting that barrier also gives you the water cannon, which is just as strong as kind of having a flip itself. So we'll see if this double midfielder works out. Of course, we do see X showing up here for Dropletto, which is kind of their signature character and possibly seen as one of the better brawlers this season. So we get a flip here from Merchant, cutting off, hitting the ball right over to Grimella. Nikki's going to get that flip. Might be able to do something with it here as they are going to approach, but Twisty's not in a super great position, but that Giga Blast is actually going to give the ball to Nikki. They had a really good situation there, but Grimella and Merchant as a double block there is going to work out perfectly, and they snag that little edge of the barrier. I mean, those barriers are so insanely big when you're trying to defend them as the goalie.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, especially when you don't really want to go pauldrons on this map, right? And if you're playing Mako, Mom Boots is not really the option. Strike Shot is the conventional pick, and that's exactly what Weston has opted for. And it gives less mobility and less size to be able to cover that massive barrier. Dropletto and Grimella are taking very nice advantage of that, and they're actually on a power play right here. Merchant dashes all the way up, but in the meantime, it slips past his eject button. That's another point to Dog Slayers, and they're another point up.
I mean, it looked like Merchant actually did a strike on that, but not the angle that we were looking for. Certainly looking for the wall there, but no problem. Still got a lot going on, even in just this first set, as everyone's locked up there by the base drop. But it's going to cost them that barrier. Even Grimella is looking really weak. Possibly might find a barrage play there. Although Merchant, nice sneaking on in there, getting that one humongous barrier. Dropletto with the strike reset on that X. Maximus is going to be perfect to take that next point. A 2-2 here in our first set. It's tight. These players looking good right now.
Yeah, I think that kind of the general flow of this matchup that we're seeing right now is that Dog Slayers have opted for something with a little more consistent pressure, right? That being said, that was a very explosive point from them. That was 7 seconds for them to finish off that set.
Yeah.
But the double midfield gives them sort of consistent, even pressure across the map. But if Bozo Bunch can actually make it past that double midfield, Merchant dashes in, you have Dropletto keeping possession, and you have just this explosion of pressure right in Weston's face that can be very hard for them to deal with. So it's good that Dog Slayers are getting this early momentum in this draft, and they're getting somewhat rewarded. Grimella actually snagged a draft spot here that will give him explosive entrance, and Twin Drive on Merchant is going to give them even more of those Luna dashes. But we get some extra speed on Twisty in the form of peak performance, as well as stagger, which is very valuable on Kai, because that dude just doesn't have a lot of stagger to begin with. And then Weston getting hot shot is a nice little cherry on top. Dropletto doesn't really get too much at the back of the draft, just inner focus. He may or may not get, you know, some use out of that. But I think overall, Bozo Bunch are actually pretty happy with that draft, even though they lost the set.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. I think the Twin Drive on Merchant is like extremely valuable, especially what they're trying to bring to the table here. It's not too big of a surprise here to see that Bozo Bunch lost the first set. Kind of the X situation, right? Where kind of gets out of control, but only if you can keep the game going on long enough and get those awakenings. X is just kind of a slow start, and like you said a little bit earlier, there are consistent pressure being put on by just a couple of primaries and secondaries from these midfielders. It's going to make things hard, and we just saw it. Although the goalie is going to find themselves out of here. Weston only got a few seconds left to bring it back. Grimella holds it nicely. Merchant getting on in there once again with the boost, and that could just be exactly what that Twin Drive ordered. And that's going to be the first point right there. You know, Inner Focus is one of the more interesting awakenings here. I can't really, you know, you can't really see how much value you're getting out of it all the time because some sort of reason that, you know, the numbers aren't really showing up. They're UI stuff. But, yeah, it's like kind of a low priority item, but I myself have not been like playing with it all that much, so I don't know how much value people are getting out of it. What do you think about that one?
Is this Inner Focus that you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think it's good on most goalies. That's kind of my my general thought process is that because it takes a long time to build up those stacks on most characters, I think goalie gets the most benefit out of it just because the goalie is dying the least. But I think that if you're going to pick it on brawlers, X and Zentaro are without a doubt the best to be grabbing it on. So I feel like Dropletto is in a position to actually benefit from the awakening. But of course, if he dies, it's bad news. That being said, that was a very convincing win of a set for Bozo Bunch there. Like from start to finish, it seemed like they kind of had full control over that set. 3-0ing Dog Slayers 3 after losing the first set. And yeah, this is a draft I think they're going to be quite pleased with. And actually, primetime on the... I think that's smart from Merchant to go for primetime here to make sure that Twisty can't get that extra Kai primary. Definitely, Barrage is very dangerous, especially as a Luna, because she doesn't have much of a response to it. So just one less Kai primary to deal with. Size on X Rampage is not really the awakening that you want to see on Inkies because there's only one barrier that you can get. But that's just how powerful Size is on X, is that even with Rampage being a lot weaker on this map, Dropletto says, you know what, no. The size scaling on this character is a little too crazy. We're still going to pick Rampage. But good on Nikki for denying the more reliable Size awakening in the form of built different. That was a good drafting decision from Dog Slayers.
Nice barrier snag there from Grimilla with that Rose Warp, although they are going to lose their own in the process there as the ball is going to roll right on back. Water cannons are blasted, not a lot of value coming out of it. In fact, 0 right there. But I do like the primetime pick for Merchant in general, even if it wasn't just for the deny. It kind of just lets Merchant have an even bigger X factor when it comes to those big singular plays. Now you can kind of always send a missile on in there when you're going with that boost. We're going to see another boost on in, but Twisty's going to survive for just a moment and only a moment's notice left for Dropletto to push that ball on in there. Yeah, 2 players down is definitely going to be a tough point to survive, and we might be seeing a little bit more of that. The bigger size on X is going to be bigger bell ringers there, and everyone's going to kind of get smacked in the face. In fact, that inner focus is going to be charging up a little bit faster than we even think, and I mean, damn, I talk about X Factor here, it's kind of like the boost from Merchant going in there, but also just having Weston on the back side there with the Super Surge, making the speed for Twisty and Nicky Millen just really too much to deal with, in addition to all their cooldowns. So both teams kind of have this play that they're looking for to just get the barrier by any means, and it's kind of working out right now as we see a 1-1 in this next set.
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't even mention Twisty getting aerials out of that draft. Talk about a massive boost for Kai, right? So much range on the barrage in addition to that massive speed boost. Still not going to be enough to deal with Dropletto ulting on top of the water cannon. X can take up essentially that entire corner when Merchant presses that button on the back line, and Dropletto is possibly one of the best X's that you could ask to have in your corner as he finds the perfect thread the needle strike through Weston and Nikki. A 3-1 set, another convincing set win for Bozo Bunch.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about mental stack, right? Like, you have X in your face, just kind of punching left and right, and it's kind of, you don't want to like fall off the map, and it's really tough to hold the barrier, and then Merchant just on the back end, just coming in there and just having flip being annoying. It's kind of crazy here, though. But this draft will just be a little bit stronger for Bozo too, as stacks on stacks for Grimilla, which is extremely high value, especially the longer these points go on. Estelle really not going to have any trouble stacking that one. Cast to last for Kai is also quite good. Great comboing here with the aerials. More size for X. Yikes. Onto the Dog Slayers. Gonna have to deal with an even larger Dropletto if they could not earlier. Although Timeless Creator from Amy is going to make that ultimate really valuable. Way bigger, longer, it's just quite good. And Siege Machine, not the greatest value here for Mako, but at least does something to help out that primary. Although a player down here, though, Dog Slayers is going to have to make something work. Maybe the water cannon holds the line for just a moment. There goes that firewall sentry to hold it down. And in fact, it is going to be just enough time so we can get Twisty returning to the board, and Dog Slayers now actually does have a chance here. Here comes the speed from Mako, although Dropletto's winning every literal human strike war. My goodness, Bozo Bunch is going in right now.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Really, really well played from Bozo Bunch. That being said, both of these teams are pretty consistently getting one another's barriers down in the first 10 to 20 seconds of these points. I mean, Inkies is known for being a very volatile map, right? But this game in particular, these teams seem to be particularly good at absolutely eliminating those barriers and getting that water cannon online as fast as possible. Here comes a Firewall Sentry to try to take another barrier, but Merchant gets a very clean clear there, and then a kill from Grimilla happens on the return. Dropletto once again has the core here, dribbles it up, but doesn't have the flip there. It gets sent away by the Mako primary, but now that water cannon's up, and Weston's at the back of the net with no stagger, no evade on Nicky Middleton or Weston, and this X is only one ult or a bell ringer away from causing absolute havoc. One goes down, two goes down with the Estelle primary, and it's another double power play on match point for Bozo Bunch.
Match point indeed, well deserved. They are comboing quite nicely here, making sure that the stagger on Dog Slayers is certainly not regenerating quick enough to survive these situations. And now, Bozo Bunch looking to take this game, although Twisty going in there with that barrage and that Giga to make sure that the ball is going in the right direction there with the final strike. Nice one there from Twisty to clean that one up quickly. Hopefully, we can get a couple more points like that for Dogslayers to keep himself in the game, because Grimella almost got 150 stacks. Things are going to be real dangerous there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Dogslayers' hope in this game comes from having the speed and mobility to outmaneuver Grimella in the midfield. And that stacks on stacks is going to make that game just that much harder. That being said, they win the water cannon war, and a beautiful Giga from Twisty will secure the goal. Dogslayers managed to tie up the set, and if they can get one more point, they can stay in this.
Twisty is doing everything that they can to make sure that this set reaches set 5, although a lot of pressure coming in, but Nikki helping out with defending this barrier. It's going to keep Weston alive here, although, another tight situation, but nice clear there from Weston. It's going to keep this barrier alive once again. Now a lot of pressure here on the side of Bozo Bunch. The strike shot's not going to make it, nothing left, but okay, not the angle to grab the barrier. The Twisty was in there with the barrage again. Everyone hitting that cooldown button. Nikki going in with the cyber swipe, the barrage, the speed added there from Mako is too much, and that one single big play is going to grab the barrier. Merchant stays in to try to get this barrier. They do has flip still. Oh my gosh, Grimella actually surviving the barrage there. Merchant going to send it down through the water cannon. Merchant can't get it through. Twisty has the ball, clears it, and we continue the point. My goodness.
Yeah, wow. Merchant is making so much value out of this Orb pickup. There's a flip, though. That's very scary. It's caught by Grimella. A second flip from Nikki into the Firewall Sentry, and now Grimella has no stagger. Now, I mean, Bozo Bunch are on the back foot a little bit here. Grimella has to make sure to not take any damage, especially with those stacks on stacks, but a cyber swipe sends it in. Dogslayers stay in the game and take us to set 5.
Oh my god, Dogslayers actually managed to take that one. I mean, Bozo Bunch was just a momentum champion, momentum hero team right there, but Dogslayers are so in there. Twisty, first pick, well deserved. Really worked hard to make that one happen, and their reward is getting a little bit more stagger to keep themselves alive, which is totally fair, although it's not, it could be what Bozo Bunch wants, right? You know, we need the enemy team to just take a bunch of health so they don't get really good awakenings like speed, like glass cannon, like team player, which is going to do a lot of work when it comes to the Bozo Bunch strategy there. I mean, Merchant going in with just the boost was not enough, and now we have team player behind it. Even Drop Leto getting even more damage with heavy impact damage and cooldowns is going to be rough. Nikki getting Prize Fighter. We'll see if that can stack up. It's really just been Bozo Bunch managing the kills most of this game. Weston gets a little bit extra power and stagger as well. Weston has been kind of dying, so the stagger is going to be pretty valuable on them. So hopefully these awakenings make a little bit more impact on this set.
Yeah, there's 2 awakenings in particular that I want to talk about right now that got way more use than I was expecting them to. And they're on both of our goalies. So the first is Weston with Tempo Swing. Which I thought was just like kind of a throwaway. There's really nothing else to get here. A nice point there off of that barrage from Twisty. But I thought Tempo Swing was just like this random throwaway pick. In reality, though, Grimella and Drop Leto have been beating the crap out of Weston for several sets now, and multiple times I've seen this dude stagger, spike back up above the survivability threshold, specifically because he's hitting people with Tempo Swing. So there was some foresight there with that pick, I guess, and this is a power play for Dogslayers, but they did lose their barrier right there. Let's see if they can manage to convert off of this. The water cannon makes it a little difficult, but Twisty manages to find a way through. There's the flip right there. Merchant dashing in here. Flip in return from Nikki Minilin. Now they have their own water cannon to work with. Dogslayers trying to make a play here. Nothing found quite yet, and they've got to watch out for this Drop Leto flip. He uses it right there on defense and manages to burn Twisties in the process. Now she has no evade to work with. Both Grimella and Twisty walking knife's edge right now, even though this awakening is not present here. They are ready to die at any point in time if they're not too careful. Here comes the X Maximus to try to finish off Twisty. That cast to last in aerials barely give her enough momentum to run away, but she is now staggered, still with no evade. Grimella and Drop Leto closing in on the net here. The piercing shot doesn't finish off Twisty. The thorns don't do it either. The Giga Blast sends it wide off of the glitch pop. Twisty manages to get back into an unstaggered state, but those water cannons are coming back online now. Merchant has an extra button here to make things happen. There it comes. Twisty manages to keep control on the side for now. Water cannon evaded for the time being. Now it's Dropletto fighting for his life on the other side of the field. Watch out for those rampage stacks. Doesn't want to lose the extra size there. Nikki Middleton has the flip here. Burns it in front of Grimella. Shot to the top side. Dog Slayers on match point now. They are bringing it back, Envy.
That is true and incredible that Dog Slayers are managing to be on their own match point after all of this. I mean, this is usually the situation where X is like, yeah, I got all my awakenings, things are pretty nice, and all right, really quick point there. A lot of misdirection coming in there once again from Merchant, helping another strike through is going to be enough to get them that point. Maybe they are bringing it back once again. Bozo Bunch was on their match point last set, but now again, it is still on to Dog Slayers, although all the cooldowns being spent to just get this barrier, and yeah, I mean, they do get it, and now you just basically survive until those cooldowns are up once again for the really big play, although kind of a miscommunication there. Possibly the ball is going to find its way into Weston's barrier. Dropletto has a chance to get it. Yeah, flip right in front. It's going to keep the barrier, actually keep the whole point alive. Merchant, oh man, yeah, forcing a strike war for Weston, and now both barriers are down in the hands of Weston there, up to Nikki, but it's going to find their way into Dropletto. Grimella's in a nice spot to block the top side. Merchant easily going to block that bottom side with boost, and there could be another one behind it. The X Maximus is indeed spent, but no point gained there. It's going to be Firewall Sentry on the defense, though, as well. Weston sending it kind of back up to Grimella. Dropletto's looking a little bit weak as well. See if they can possibly get a kill, and that could be their win condition because Dropletto certainly has flipped now and is the prime kill target, although spends it there, blocked by Weston. Nikki Middleton got their flip, sends it up to Twisty. The barrage is going to go slightly wide on the angle. Dropletto finds the kill, and this could be it on the power play.
And that's Nikki Middleton's prize fighter stacks gone off of that KO. And Grimella now has stacks on stacks and this glass cannon online, has so much mobility to maneuver around Twisty in the midst of this power play. The water cannon doesn't find them much purchase either. Here comes Bozo Bunches on the return, and Grimella is able to find an angle through. Twisty wasn't ready for that strike, and Grimella walks away with the point. We're 5th point, 5th set, the final countdown for the inaugural game of the 7th season of nasl.
Right? This is the first game. This is the biggest game of the entire season. First one to be spent. X Maximus blasting everyone in the face. Nice evade from Twisty. Keep some of that stagger alive. Also keep control of the ball there with that bell ringer barrage. All right, Grimella does not fold to that one there. Neither does Merchant, but Dropletto making a big strike war there against Weston is going to win out, stealing that barrier. Big water cannon as well as the boost. Merchant goes in as well. Grimella with any cooldowns, nothing. Gonna hit the wall slightly wide there as well. Oh my god, Weston ends up dying to the bull rush off the corner, which you can't really die on regular maps, but there you go, bro. It's gonna be Bozo Bunch taking it on the top side there, and had Merchant with flip behind it. Dropletto 2 was just about to get it, and that is your first game of this season. Not the first set, though. We got another one coming up there. Cloak, that was... I mean, why was there's so much action? Maybe it's because of Inkies, but I'm on edge.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Inkies is always a fun match where you're going to see a healthy mix of goofiness, a healthy mix of outplays, KOs, core control. You kind of get it all on Inkies. And we also got to see all the sets, all the points, all the way up to that final matchup. Bozo Bunch did manage to eke out that last set, but I gotta say, I was impressed with Dog Slayers bringing that all the way in their debut match, going 5th point, 5th set with nasl veterans is impressive in and of itself, but Bozo Bunch still, of course, demonstrated that they at least came out on top for that match. We'll see what game 2 ends up looking like. I do want to talk about. I wanted to bring it up earlier. Didn't really have time to talk about it. Merchant with this orb dancer pickup. We can see that this dude picked up 42 orbs over the course of this game. Okay. But what I want to talk about is the way in which he was picking up those orbs. What he would do is he would stand behind his orb. He would Luna dash through the orb, enter into an interaction with Weston, usually backed up by Dropletto and a ranged ability from Grimella. And then he, does the normal strike dash strike that you can do with Luna secondary, immediately comes off the other end of that with all of this Orb Dancer speed to then stay in the play for the next couple seconds while his eject button is gone. You called it out one time that he walked all the way up to the barrier after dashing into the midfield to intercept the core. And Orb Dancer is what allowed him to actually get in that play. He got so much value out of that and was able to add a whole nother dimension to those Luna dashes than what we normally get to see with Luna contributing to offense. And you combo that with the already formidable offensive duo of Dropletto and Grimella, you have a recipe for victory right there. So I really liked the plays that Bozo Bunch was making in general, and Merchant was supporting them beautifully with a little bit of a unique take on Luna goalie with that Orb Dancer pickup. It was very cool to see.
True, yeah. Can't say anything more than true on those statements there. I mean, even for Bozo Bunch, we're talking about straight kills. They had 10 kills, 2-1, actually. Twisty had the only kill on the board, even though some of the damage was kind of being dealt here and there. But the kills is what's really important. There aren't too many characters as good at confirming kills as X. I mean, there are some, but maybe Kazan or so, but like really good at confirming kills. And I really think that the team comp was totally there. Like Grimella just kind of giving the ball to a strike, X Maximus strike character with Luna behind it. I mean, it's, again, really strong play to try to grab that barrier. Both teams had really good plays to grab a barrier, but it was kind of crazy as both barriers went down and overtime rolled in. Things got kind of interesting. Some of the shots went a little wider than we might have thought. Some passes could probably have been a little bit more accurate here or there, but nonetheless, it was really 10 kills to 1 there. And I think that was probably what really did it for Bozo Bunch. Just the combination of like having the damage and the really good coordination with the moves to get the board or get the other team off the board. And so that is going to certainly win them this first game, as we're going to move on to the next. Juan, what map are we going to?
Well, we're going to Tycho, and you were just talking about how effective Bozo Bunch is at getting the other team off the board. It looks like there's going to be a whole lot of that in this next match. It is a heavy impact prize fighter start. So no matter what you're picking at the start, you have to play around the fact that you are trying to blow up the enemy team faster than they can blow up you. So we're probably going to get to see Twisty, Nikki, and Weston show their spin on a little bit more of a kill compy team here, which they're known for doing. I mean, we have the infamous Twisty Zentaro, right? And of course, Nikki Minelin, though she's new to the midfield position, is no stranger to killing and plays a lot of really aggressive midfield picks, right? We just saw the Aimee there. I'm pretty sure that she has a Now and a Juno and a Luna as well. So, all sorts of these high damage, low cooldown characters that can really make the difference in a kill comp versus kill comp, a kill comp versus kill comp matchup. So I'm excited to see what they come out. And it looks like we've just gotten our first round of picks and bans as well. Talk to me about this, Envy. What do you think of the early draft?
Well, let's see here. Bison Rune first picked up here from Bozo Bunch on that red side. Rasmus Estelle is going to be looked like in the pick on blue so far, which is, wow, interesting to see Rune showing up on the board with this start. Blue looks like they also picked up Drakkar, so Rasmus Estelle Drakkar on this Tycho Temple here for Dog Slayers. Yeah, Rune is quite interesting. Like, obviously there are situations where you just, get the banish, hit both moves. They take a whole lot of, not damage there, and then some other people can combo off of it, and that's fine. But it feels like there might have been some other... It just feels like there's, like, other characters that may play midfield. Like Aimee. I mean, maybe banned. Maybe Aimee was banned. Like, I don't see it here. But that's a really good midfield and kill character I really value. Although, with, like, the way that Tycho is set up, having a rune pillar is quite valuable. It easily defends on any barrier on any side. It kind of blocks almost the entire midfield because, of course, the drum is blocking the other half of it, and you're positioning yourself at least on one of these two sides. It's just going to be an extremely aggressive game here with heavy impact and prize fighter. Rasmus Estelle Drakkar very ball. I mean, Rasmus Estelle can kind of do it all, but they are so good at ball control, and I would say that Vice is like, I mean, there aren't too many characters better than just blasting than someone like Vice. So I would say that Drop Leto, Merchant, and Gramella are looking pretty good right now, but I mean, we'll see. If Dog Slayers can really get these barriers faster than the kills happen, well, that's all you need for a ball team like this.
I gotta say, when I see Vice and Rune, I see a banish that gets converted into a guaranteed kill. You place a pillar on top of the person you banished, Vice teleports on top of them, drops her ult, hits them in the stun duration. There is no window for evasion unless you evade that initial banish. Oh, that is an unfortunate fumble of the dribble from Twisty. Both barriers are still down, though, so it's a strong start for Dog Slayers, but I think that the moment that Merchant and Gramella have their ults online, which they just both hit level 2, I think that you gotta be really close when you're standing near the wall as Dog Slayers, because, yeah, you can get taken out at a moment's notice with this Vice-Rune combo.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I clearly do not disagree. Like, that will pretty much kill everyone. I feel like the setup when it comes to, like, one landing a banish, these players are pretty good. They're going to react to the visual cue or audio cues and visual cues if it's far enough. But nice point there from Drop Leto getting on in there and getting that kill too. I think that being able to just rely on something like banish, knockback, and like Vice having all the time to just teleport in might show up a little bit more rarely than we think, because it just kind of takes a lot of time to get one kill, which is usually pretty worth it to spend like a barrier or even two sometimes to just get a kill, depending on what's going on. But it does. I would imagine Gramella is going to really be having most of these pillars off cooldown, because there are so many good situations where Rune could be just spending a pillar. And then we just kind of saw part of the setup there, right? We saw the banish and like Merchant was like, yo, let's get it, just deal the damage, and boom. One kill exchange for each side. Also one barrier as well. Probably not too much going to happen just yet until the other players return to the board. Drop Leto trying to make a play happen there, though. Gramella's going to just block the bottom side for sure. Yeah, that's just such a good Rune thing for this map. Understandable. Maybe we were looking for a lot more ball than I thought from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and I think that some of that thought process, right, as you know, they clearly play ball and score the point.
Oh, they play ball.
I think a nice thought that plays off of that is I wanted to talk about Drop Leto and Gramella's gear picks, because Gramella has opted for slick kicks on Rune, which I haven't seen in a very long time. I've kind of, the narrative that I've always heard is you always go Mag Souls on Rune, like this dude needs mobility so much that Mag Souls is just that value. They tried to do the Vice Rune combo there, but Twisty managed to evade because the Rune Pillar hadn't fully formed yet. But yeah, no, Gramella seems to say, you know what, this character's speed has just buffed. Maybe I don't need Mag Souls, and I can actually just like play around my strikes and keeping possession long enough to get benefit out of the higher speed values that Slick Kicks has. So I'll be interested to see if that pays off. So far, he seems to be doing pretty well. He is getting staggered, but Bozo Bunch are also taking points, taking sets. That was 3-0 for set 1, so they're looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, really a great flip angle there from Drop Leto. Kind of a shocking moment. I did not really see Drop Leto flipping at that exact spot, and perhaps Weston was also a little surprised there, though. Vice first pick, kind of a nightmare if you're Dog Slayers to see Vice as your first pick. Second move, again, with the eject button, going to be flying all over the place, and her secondary is quite strong as well. Works with heavy impact and everything, so I mean, this Twin Drive is going to get hyper value, although possibly one of the best Awakenings for Jakar to get in general. Missile prop is going to land right onto Weston there. Quick strike for Drop Leto, who's probably going to look for a little bit more size later and just be kind of come this humongous wall. We'll see how that works out there, though. Nikki's going to get among Titans for the team. Big ol' Rasmus and big ol' Jakar is actually quite good, too. And Twisty nicely going to grab that hot shot as well. Get a little bit extra cooldown. Although Gramella, can't forget about Deadeye. Rune actually does kind of function with Deadeye quite decently as long as you are, you know, getting that value. You do get double Hello? Hello, ball. Nice save from Merchant. We are running. We are ulting. It is quite a difficult 2v3 here, though, but they do end up surviving. Bozo Bunch nicely keeping this point alive, and they might be able to clear this one as well, although cooldown's being spent, possibly the Twin Drive helping them get it through. Maybe Bozo Bunch actually finds himself in the grave here, though, as Grimella is looking super weak. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Grimella had a super clutch pillar in the top corner there that kept this point alive. Yeah, he's going to get taken off now, but quickly traded away by Drop Leto, who actually lost his prize fighter stacks earlier on in the point, but now has earned one back. Merchant and Drop Leto trying to make a play here, but Weston and Twisty defended away. The Death's Touch goes wide there from Twisty, and Nikki, Minolin, and Grimella are now both back on the field. Still a slight barrier advantage towards the side of Dog Slayers. They're still holding on to one. Drop Leto not able to find it right there, and misses the dash punch in the process. The Crystal Thorn sends it through and gets Merchant's flip in the process. A massive trade there at the end of the point.
That was like the literal frame before the point ended. You know, sometimes if it like you do it as the point ends, you'll like hear the character and see the animation, but it won't go off, and that is just unlucky for Merchant to spend that whole resource there. But starting on this next point, a banish onto Twisty, whole ton of damage. I mean, has flip, nice kill target would be found there, although they don't find it just yet. Merchant going in and spending that flip and blasting Weston as well for their troubles. Lots of damage coming out here from this Vice, and I think that's going to be kind of the thing we're going to be seeing most of this game, although Twisty gets a really great barrier and a kill with that Whiplash, and if only they had Death's Touch right there, they probably would have been able to finish that point, and there it goes. Nikki shooting the ball into the open goal, successfully grabbing a point for the Dog Slayers.
Yeah, Dog Slayers, I mean, Nikki Minolin now has so much more presence with the 10% speed from Among Titans, right? And it's giving Twisty some extra size on this Rasmus as well. With hotshot heavy impact on Rasmus, like, you have a recipe for multitasking so much with damage and core control, because Twisty has so much cooldown reduction on primary and secondary for Rasmus. And also, every single time that, you know, those abilities are hitting the core, it's sending it fast enough to warrant ability usage or really tight strike timing from Bozo Bunch. So Twisty has like a very powerful 2-item build with the help of that Among Titans size, and it's really starting to show in the kills and the barriers that Dog Slayers are being able to pump out this set.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. I mean, Twisty got moves every couple of seconds here, though, with that hot shot. Working very nicely, though. Drop Leto looking a little bit low. Grabs an orb, the Goldie orb there. Is going to take it from Merchant, who's not going to get flipped a little bit earlier now. A lot of hits there coming out from Twisty as well. Merchant on the front end. Going to end up ejecting right on back. Okay, the barrier is, man, it was really quite in danger there, but it's going to live. And Grimella almost saves it, but it was pretty much dead either way. And wow, nice ult to the Crystal Thorns there from Nikki is going to secure that entire set for the Dog Slayers. Really close. If Merchant got their hands on that, it would have been a completely different story, but going to start off here with Twisty as first pick.
Yeah, and lots of stuff to like as Rasmus here. You can eye the build different. You could take the extra special to deny it from the Vice, and it's like honestly pretty good on Rasmus as well. We'll just opt for more size, and Vice actually doesn't even care about extra special. Prime Time is the pick of choice here, which I think is also a perfectly solid pickup. We're going Super Surge on Drop Leto. A little bit of extra damage on those secondaries. Makes those dash punches a little more threatening. Nikki Minolin grabs 1-2 punch. Maybe we're seeing some Quangles, but if nothing else, there's definitely some extra core speed added in there. And Monumentalist falls to Grimella at the back of the draft. I mean, if Grimella lands these banishes, we've actually seen him land a few at this point, as he actually gets deleted from the field by a nice burst of damage there. Oh, and a beautiful point. That was a 12-second goal for Dog Slayers. Well played from them. I got it. So I was about to talk about this from Grimella's perspective, but actually I'm going to talk about this from Dog Slayer's perspective, because every time that Grimella has banished somebody, Dog Slayers have been so good about getting on top of their banished teammates so that they don't get any value out of it. This is the first time, right as I say that, it's very inconvenient caster curse timing that they didn't save Twisty there. Twisty actually gets eliminated. But for the most part, Dog Slayers have done a fantastic job of playing against Grimella's banishes, even when they don't evade the banish. Grimella doesn't get value, and they're taking out Grimella so consistently. They're taking out Grimella. Dog Slayers are doing really well in terms of managing the threats that Bozo Bunch are putting out.
Yeah, not a bad kill target. Rune is not known for having the most stagger in the game, or even a whole lot of it there. Merchant really on in there with that flip. Some of the stuff that you could expect from something like Twin Drive to really help get the goalie on out there with eject button. Yeah, interesting. You know, it was really prime time or extra special there from Merchant. If taken extra special, it would have maybe threatened like to steal a whole lot of energy from the opposing team. But hey, perhaps prime time is really what we're looking for. There's a banish. Twisty certainly going to be standing on that pillar, keeping the banished target alive there, no problem. Drop Little flying on in there at Mach speed with that dash punch you were just talking about, getting a little bit stronger from that Super Surge. Is now going to cause them a barrier. Yeah, the Path Splitter almost gets both. A flip there for the last barrier, and a nice defense from Grimella is going to keep possession as well. So much possession that it's going to be, oh, too much pressure for Weston to deal with right then and there. And Drop Leto, and our third stack of Prize Fighter just gets stronger and stronger as the days go by. What can Darkslayers do?
I mean, Dropletto, in true Dropletto fashion, this is something that has been demonstrated over multiple seasons of nasl. Very long professional career. This guy consistently shows that he's not a one-trick pony. He doesn't just kill, he doesn't just core control, he can very rapidly switch between the two as necessary. This guy has exactly the build that you want to see for something like that. He is absolutely outplaying people with quick strikes left, right, and center, and is also shredding the stagger of the enemy team, getting knockback kills on the side. This is exactly the sort of mastery of the brawler role that we like to see. But just as I say that, I mean, the core goes wide, and Nicki Minolin is right there to capitalize. A piercing shot will tie up the set 2-2 in set 3.
Damn, such an like spotlight for Merchant there. Like the whole world knew that it was about to be power chord against piercing strike, and just how it was going to play out. Nicki Minolin, of course, winning it out there though. Big pillar is going to block the top side, and of course Merchant flying in there once again with that twin drive eject button with the flip is going to steal the second barrier as well. Even Merchant, I mean, look how many. Look how often they're on the opposing side. I mean, we get the banish onto Twisty, but Nicki was like, yo, I'm going to actually destroy you. Get a Quangle type, you know, kill there, and that was it. Totally out there, Grimella, and now again this 2v3, which is not going to result in all that much. It's going to be over as Dropletto approaching to help on the defense there. Grimella has the ball on offense. Merchant is going to block the bottom side, but doesn't seem to have the primary ready just yet. Grimella now taking a whole lot of damage, so much, in fact, that they actually end up surviving and then actually end up dying, and we have nothing left. Was just hoping the strike shot was up, which is fair. Not really much you can do there as you're Weston, except hope to the Lord that it's coming on up. Grimella, first pick here, though, and so this rune is surprisingly strong if we get a banished target.
Yeah, and I think that rune's going to get even stronger because I can't imagine that Grimella's going to pick anything other than a Stagger Awakening here. It's got to be Reptile or Peak, surely. Yeah, there's that Reptile remedy. They've been able to kill Grimella so consistently, and now it is going to be incredibly hard to do that. Meanwhile, more size on Twisty makes this Rasmus even more of a threat. Nicki Minolin going for stacks on stacks. But that leaves so much up for Bozo Bunch to take advantage of. I mean, Dropletto getting Peak. Speed on Asher, who's already a high stagger character. Dropletto going to be more or less unkillable in the stagger department, in addition to being faster and already having an incredibly ferocious kit. Just by nature of Asher as a character and the awakenings he's been able to draft over the course of this game. So Bozo Bunch is looking quite scary after that draft, I would say.
I agree. I think explosive entrance on Merchant is one of the few things that could only make this Vice even more deadly. Is just safer range on this eject button. Although Merchant's at just about nothing, Nicki's going to steal that orb. Completely shattered. Still going to go in. Gets kind of knocked towards the drum, but doesn't get bounced off of it, dies, and that will be your point here. Dog Slayers finding that beautiful kill onto Merchant, and maybe that's what they're looking for here. They gotta find somebody to kill. They gotta find someone to do this damage to, and perhaps it could be Merchant when we get these eject button approaches. We're great.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And you talked about, like, Rasmus and Estelle being so good at keeping possession. If they can get up on these offensive pushes like that, of course, you know, Twisty gets punished for staying a little too close to the wall. But if Dog Slayers can keep possession, they're going to just naturally be chipping away at Merchant's stagger. And Vice doesn't have a lot of stagger to work with. So I think you're absolutely right, Envy, that could be the game win condition here for Dog Slayers if they can pull it off consistently enough. Both teams have no barriers to their name right now. It's looking a little spooky.
Oh my, that was indeed spooky. Merchant staying just a little bit longer than I thought, but it actually is going to end up working out as Dropletto is now kind of against Weston there. Merchant going to block the bottom side. Twisty going to help to defend this open barrier, which is a really tough spot. Spending the primary to give the ball right back to the team, and yeah, there you go. That's what you could expect from Barrier Beam, bro. That thing blocks. It basically blocks the shot, kind of pushes it forward, and then blows up, and then she's got her strike, and then, yeah, getting the ball through Asher is nearly an impossible task on most sides there. As Merchant is going to start helping on the bottom side here with, once again, this eject button. Oh, kind of a mix-up there for Twisty, baiting out that pass. It's not going to result in any of the barriers just yet. Man, Dropletto is just so hard to get the ball past. They should... I don't know. I mean, it's hard. Obviously, it's hard. Tycho is a little suffocating, but man, you cannot pass this ball anywhere near this Asher.
Yeah, no, Dropletto will pounce on any opportunity at a moment's notice. Already we see him getting in the mix just after a brief opportunity created by that Vice teleport. Oh, Merchant creating some good setups here, but Merchant's stagger is getting shredded here. The Gorella's flip comes out, the shotgun, thanks to Missile Prop, has enough range to catch it. Nikki Millen and Twisty now rotate back on the defense to make sure that it's not too much of a threat. Death Touch comes out, hooks it toward Grimella, causing Twisty to have to win a strike war there. But Merchant's waiting on the bottom side. This eject button Vice, every single time she teleports up, is providing such a boost in pressure, and a dash punch right into a strike. A demon angle that has to be saved by Weston, and there's another Vice teleport. Merchant just has his waiting arms every single time. Just one too many things for Dog Slayers to think about, and making so much of a difference on the Bozo Bunch offense. Well played from them, bringing them up to match point and series point.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant be staying on that bottom side clear. It's just having that twin drive, plus perhaps the heavy impact, giving them extra cooldown is really doing a lot of work. Although we do have Dog Slayers taking the first two barriers. A Banish here, going to try to do some damage to Twisty. Although Dropletto says, I'm actually going to kill the other guy. So complete misdirection there, perhaps, from the Bozo Bunch, as we're going to get a double approach here. Weston doing everything they can to just slow the situation down, and kind of does end up winning out. They do lose a barrier, but they survive the point, as Nikki Millen is going to return here, though, with extra cooldowns on board. Okay, the primary is going to go wide, which allows Nikki to get their hands on the ball. Weston's going to have to try to use a cooldown to get it through Grimella. They have a big situation here, though. Twisty can't seem to dribble it to themselves. Great angle from Merchant is going to completely take this set, and Bozo Bunch is going to be your first set winners of nasl Season 7.
Yeah, a fantastic series from them, and kind of a beautiful through line for that last game. There were very clearly a lot of holes in what was making, their game plan possible at the start of the game. Grimella was a little lower mobility than I think he anticipated, so his movement was very predictable, and therefore he died a lot. Just because, there's a lot of damage on the side of Dog Slayers, and they realized that that was a weak spot for Grimella and capitalized on it. But pushing through, there were multiple reverse power plays where Dropletto and Merchant managed to score, even though Grimella was either literally dead or staggered and had to, remove himself from the play just to stay alive. And just that brief streak in the second and third sets of Dropletto and Merchant, filling in when Grimella was dead, was enough for them to get Grimella Reptile Remedy, and that was really what turned the game around for Bozo Bunch. Once Grimella was allowed to stay alive, there wasn't really anything that Dog Slayers could do other than try to kill Merchant, who, again, you can only kill if you have offensive pressure, which was just that much harder to get because Grimella was now consistently on the field in the play, right? So it was that was really the tipping point. Once Bozo Bunch was able to get over that hump of, okay, Grimella is alive now, it was all downhill from there, and they were able to close out the series in convincing fashion. Well played from them. The nasl vets take it for this one, but that was an impressive and highly entertaining debut for Dog Slayers, without a doubt.
Yeah, that was awesome. Really close, fair games there, though. I mean, 3-1 here on this one, but it didn't really feel like it. Dog Slayers was definitely putting in work, and it could have been at any moment. They, were able to get a couple of these extra scores. Yeah, like you said, I agree. Giving Gorilla that extra stagger is really what kind of maybe turned it over for Bozo Bunch. Although I will say, Drop Leto, like, randomly finding great dash punch kills was such a shocker throughout that entire set. It was kind of like ball here, everyone's attention here, and then boom, just a power play out of nowhere. Drop Leto just has the eye for it, just has the eye to find exactly where those dash punches were going. And Merchant also just great positioning too. And Gramella was just the bait. You know, Gramella was just supposed to stay alive, take the attention, and that's exactly what happened for this team. So well played there from Bozo Bunch. And that's going to be your first set of nasl Season 7. That was sick. We are going to go to a little bit of break here so we can load up our next players and see what happens in the next round. It's going to be another super cool game. Time against Polar Cortex. Sorry, it's Demon Time Polar Cortex. Another team, guys, that you know they've been playing around. So stay tuned, and we'll get back in just a few minutes when these guys load up. Welcome back, everybody. nasl Season 7 continues here with our next match, Demon Time, against Polar Cortex. Cloak, this team looks kind of familiar. What's going on with Demon Time?
Yeah, I just now got the joke for the first time that it is just Showtime with Gumi. I don't know why I didn't get that. I was just like, oh, they're, they Demon Time. It rolls off the tongue. That's why they chose that name. No, it's a reference to the players on the team. And boy, is it a scary team. I mean, we're looking at 3 players that have won nasl championships in past seasons. And then meanwhile, Polar Cortex, I believe the best thing on their resume is a NASA championship. So this is a little bit of, a clash of champions, but definitely Demon Time has a slightly more impressive resume going into this match.
Yeah, slightly more, but that just means that we have big underdogs to bet against. Or sorry, to bet with. I'm betting with the underdogs. Sorry, I'm betting with the underdogs. Gosh, we love when the underdogs take it over the champions over here, and we shall see what happens here on Amy's app being the first pick here, which is so sick. I love Amy's app. Everyone here taking glass cannon, no one even thinking about taking inner focus. Yikes, must be the worst awakening there ever was. Named Chaotic and Joker both completely shattered here. Let's see who can get the first kill. Gumi blasting the supernova, but not finding the kill, knocking him against the wall here. Joker, oh, really close call there from I to take it, but it's actually going to be Polar losing their first player. There goes the Fool, completely gone. Or sorry, the Fool gets the kill onto Gumi there. It's going to be the next barrier gone down here for Polar. Now everything is a little bit open goal here. Joker finds the cyber swipe, but it's not going to aim just at the goal perfectly, although Joker approaching with that flip is quite dangerous. Gumi going to send it right on over to Joker, but in fact sending it right on over to that open goal with that power cord. The Fool cannot make it in time. In Demon Time. Yes, they take the first point. Oh god, this is going to keep happening.
Speaking of Demon Time, I've noticed that they've actually gone for a little bit of a role swap here. We have Joker back in midfield. This is reminding me, was it Finesse, the team that Joker played midfield for back in like nasl Season 2? Is my memory serving correct there? And then Shianzu is taking up the Brawler banner today on that Pummeler's Drakkar. So a little bit of a switch up for them.
I'm down for Pummeler's Shianzu right here. Next kill going on over to Demon Time. Power play. Going to be a little bit scary here. On over to Joker. Going to hold the ball for just a moment here. Shianzu getting some cooldowns. Has flip in just a few strikes. Got it now. Joker going to hand it on over. Might be flipping for this. Big banish. Is not going to do much. Actually, probably saves the barrier there. We'll go ahead and say the banish probably holds the line. We get a nice evade there from Chaotic. Not going to find themselves killed just yet. Shianzu giving it on over to Joker. An interception there from I is not going to result in all that much. A kill. Joker finds something big there onto the Fool. And in fact, another point goes on over to Demon Time. Snipe.
Yeah, the kills are without a doubt coming out from Demon Time right now, and every time they're getting one of those kills, that is Pummeler's speed going to Shianzu, which Drakkar, not known for moving particularly fast, but 30% speed on a power play is absolutely going to make the difference. Almost gets another kill there onto Named Chaotic from Joker's Imi kill combo. Still not a lot of stagger to work with. He gets taken out, but the Fool is quick on the draw with that Celestial intervention there. Nice work on the Atlas ult. Will keep him alive. Gumi forced to burn flip with Named Chaotic off of the Julie ult. And it looks like these teams are both trying their hands at trying to absolutely murder one another, as is known, as is expected on the app.
Yeah, I mean, this map just breeds danger and destruction, and nobody is safe. Almost drops the barrier there, though. Joker almost getting the upper hand. Actually gets the upper hand there with the assistance of that Firewall Sentry. Named Chaotic running Gumi off the map as long as they can. But what's going on over here? Joker gets a nice cyber swipe to clean up this set. Honestly, a lot of work being shown here from Joker. I mean, Gumi is surviving, though. We are seeing Named Chaotic literally sniping Gumi as much as possible, but surviving there with great positioning and the eject button. What's it going to be here from the side of Demon Time?
Yeah, this is a very Demon Time favored draft, without a doubt. Right away, denying Twin Drive from that Atlas and getting it on Aimi. Like, she's very happy with Twin Drive. That's not even like that is a pick deny right there. A very good Aimi Biss. But Heavy Impact floats down to the Vice, and that doesn't leave anything for Named Chaotic at the back of the draft. All of those options soaked up by Demon Time, and he's left with just Tempo Swing, which is okay. You know, I mean, Demon Time is dealing a lot of damage. We're already seeing Named Chaotic at half HP here, and he'll be able to heal that up thanks to Tempo Swing, but like, it's not really what a Julie would want to see out of that draft. And meanwhile, tons of damage floats the way of Demon Time, who is already playing an incredibly aggressive kill comp style. So it is definitely a draft that is heavily favored towards them, and it just, you know, makes the mountain that Polar Cortex needs to climb in order to get this game under their control that much harder to climb up.
Yeah, Demon Time certainly does not have any means of lacking damage here. All three players on that side, all three characters are so well adept at dealing kills, dealing damage, and confirming kills and dealing damage is what I'm trying to say here, though. And Firewall Sentry, in addition to the Supernova, who gets banished. Gumi, no eject button in sight, but Shanzu finds something, and that's just going to hold the line on the bottom side, and Gumi can now just be safe to hold it on the top side. Trying to get it in there. We can't seem to... At least they hold the ball. You know, we're holding the ball here. Named Chaotic is now finally back. The barrier does finally go down. Named Chaotic trying to make a humongo play, but it's not going to work out just yet. Trying to block the top side once again. It's not going to work out either. The Fool's trying to hold the line, but man, you know, it was kind of like a... That felt like... there was so much to play around for the Fool that I understand, like, waiting as long as you possibly can. But there's so much going on when Demon Time is putting on this much pressure.
Yeah, they have quite insurmountable control of this match right now. It's going to take some cheeky banishes. It's going to take Julie getting online with some good dash punches. The Fool's going to have to be quick on the draw with the Atlas ults. There's a lot. There's a lot that it's going to take, but Gumi getting banished is a nice first step. He is low on stagger, but he's going to get an orb for free here, unfortunately. The Named Chaotic has to walk all the way across the map just to grab that orb. Joker gets to flip here. The Cyber Swipe doesn't confirm it. Gumi forced to teleport away, but the pressure's not stopping yet. Demon Time still absolutely has control of this point, even though that offensive attempt was not successful.
Yeah, the double goalie situation here, though, from A is actually going to keep that one alive, too. Named Chaotic approaching here with that flip, going to spend it. Going to find the barrier, at least for their troubles. I know flipping for the barrier is a little bit contentious sometimes. People would rather get the barrier, flip for the goal, which is understandable, but sometimes you don't have that option. And, well, Named Chaotic's at least going to make the most of that situation. Joker can't seem to get there with the Cyber Swipe. A is taking a whole lot of damage. Going to grab the orb, keep themselves out of Shatter situation. The Fool can't get there in time. Just a nice strike. Right on up, right on through. The Joker is looking so good right now with these angles and a lot of really good, just a lot of good positioning from Joker here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at this, and I remember you brought up the double goalie on Polar Cortex. That has been their MO throughout their NASA career. We've seen them, you know, win NASA championships off of this strategy of A and the Fool are going to sit in the back line, hold it the frick down. If they can get the core to Named Chaotic once, that's their opportunity to score. It's a bit harder to make that strategy work against these nasl veterans. I don't want to say impossible, but it's a lot harder. They are on a power play right now, though. Xianzhu is dead. Named Chaotic gets the core up the field here. Gumi is forced to burn flip. The Firewall Sentry comes out. The Fool gets to push up to the midfield. This is a nice burst of offensive pressure from them. They actually managed to get the barrier out of it. This is the best point that they've been seeing, but right as that KO comes out, the power play swings in the other direction, and suddenly Polar Cortex are on the back foot once more.
Almost a hold there from the Fool. Just another second, basically, is what they needed for A to come back, but again, a lot of pressure here. It's real tough in 2v3 situations. And now we're going to have, once again, Demon Time. Xianzhu is our first pick here. I mean, well deserved, getting a lot of those extra kills from the side. Once again, kind of doing what Trapoletto was doing last time. It's like all of the attention is placed somewhere, and we have Xianzhu just grabbing kills in the midfield. I'm going to have to grab this explosive entrance. Quite good for Jakar on all rounds. team player for the Fool. I love team player. I think it's really great when it comes to clearing past a lot of moves. You kind of have to react even faster if you're the opposing team because the ball is just going so much quicker as well. Timeless, really good deny and pick up for Amy just in general. Gumi's taking this Orb Dancer to get some speed too. Chaotic getting size, which is great. And A has Monumentalist. Will that change the game? It feels, I want to say that could actually impact the whole result of this game. Ruin with Monumentalist is insanely good.
Yeah, it's possible. Again, like it's very much relying on getting well-timed banishes, having, you know, Demon Time not really mark the places where A needs to place barriers to make things happen. Well, she's working around that right now by like placing the pillars a little further up to take up more space, not necessarily going for like, you know, the incredibly it's the instinct of every rune player to place pillars on the barrier, which he just tried to do, and like Xianzu was able to just get it right on through there just by standing near those pillars.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really hard when Xianzu is able to get up in that corner. There's, you know, if they can keep possession through just the first onslaught of Atlas abilities, suddenly there's really nothing that can be done, especially because the Monumentalist on the rune can act as a bit of a debuff on defense because it makes your pillars bigger, and so they sometimes can't fully form as easily because they will contact another player or the core. And A actually gets taken off the field right there. So with the power play, there's not even going to be any rune pillars in sight. Shot to the top side, and we're already on match point. Demon Time are making a quick work of this match.
You could say that they are. No, they're making quick work of this match. They're just making quick work of this match. There's nothing more to say about this. It's going to be a tough spot here for Polar Cortex to bring this one on back. Joker spending the Firewall Sentry, but we're going to have one of the pillars hold the line. Joker can't seem to get their hands on the ball, so the Cyber Swipe is going to take that barrier. Big banish coming out here from A. Let's see if they can push up far enough to make something happen. The Fool a little afraid to move past this midfield right now, which is understandable. It's been a really tough spot. A lot of cooldowns being spent to hold the ball here for Demon Time. Possible Cyber Swipe situation could occur, although A is going to be able to get it right on through. Koke forces the resource out of Gumi, which is big. Name Chaotic can't get their hands on the ball either with that flurry, which is going to be rough, although they're doing so much damage. And yeah, they're going to find a kill onto Name Chaotic. Once again, a power play here for Demon Time. And it's just going to be really tough, although holding the much as they can. Yeah, the flip is going to unfortunately get banished, but they do win out in that situation, so it's about the same. Nice weight there from the Fool. A kill from Name Chaotic does not happen there, but a Strike War win. Oh, the angle is just too wide. We need a point if you are the Polaring Cortexington.
They have an opportunity here. They have a barrier advantage. All three of their players are on the field. They have a slight energy advantage compared to Demon Time here, but Name Chaotic is once more getting shredded. I mean, Xianzu, with Glass Cannon 1-2 punch explosive entrance, this Drakkar with just a couple abilities can pretty much eliminate an entire stagger bar, and if you're too close to the edge, it's game over. But it's not quite game over for Polar Cortex. A nice pass from A to Name Chaotic into a Strike War win does put them on the board for this set. So they're not fully out of it yet. My hopes are not high for them, but they're not zero. There's a very slight chance that they can stay in this.
Oh, not only are we on the board, but we are taking another barrier. You thought we were not taking another barrier, but here we go, making a pillar. It's not going to work out just there. Okay, gets it out of the Thunderstrike there, which is great though, but in hands of Gumi once more, getting a flip, spending the Expanse, which is really rough. That's certainly your best cooldown. Okay, also living the Sentry there too, which is really huge, surviving that as well. Name Chaotic actually recovering some health from this tempo swing. Love to see that. Now, if they can just get a little bit more control here, though, and possibly a kill onto Joker, although Name Chaotic is once again taking the brunt of these abilities. Humongous banish, but we can't seem to get the ball in that spot just yet. A, gonna move up, actually passes it into the Thunderstrike, which is extremely scary. Name Chaotic has flip, if they can just get a little bit closer. Oh god, this is so insanely unlucky for that spot. Now, it's the Fool's turn to move up with the flip. They're going in hot, but it's not gonna work out just yet. Man, this point is pointing so freaking hard.
Yeah, oh no, and the 1-2 punch core speed off of an unfortunate angle Can't catch that barrier. The Fool does still have flip to work with here, and A is working on a flip as well. Gumi teleports up, but nothing found off of it. That's a second point. This is the best position. Paradoxically, even though, you know, the builds are so strong on the side of Demon Time, they've been winning these sets consistently, suddenly the points are coming in clutch for the side of Polar Cortex, and if they can make one more, they might have the opportunity to scale their way through. That's a beautiful kill onto Joker off of the Monumentalist Pillar. 2 flips to their name on this power play, and 5 more seconds without Ivy to help out the side of Demon Time. An unfortunate back clear there. They still have both the flips to work with there, and the barriers go down.
The Fool becoming a hero here with that astral projecting their win onto the opposing, onto themselves, not the opposing team, but onto themselves. Yeah, it's really hard to talk right now. Although Name Chaotic, almost gets that beautiful approach, but a nice interception there from Gumi. A flip from A. Where's it gonna go? Straight to Name Chaotic, who's trying to dribble to himself, but a flip from Gumi as well to intercept it. At least they get the resource out. That's all you could really hope for. Joker working on a flip themselves. Name Chaotic about even here with Joker, who is going to be able to get it first. The dash is spent like 16 seconds there until the actual cooldown is back on the board. The Fool holding the line here for just a moment. Has Team Player overtime? Okay, honestly, Team Player is going to give them a little bit of an advantage here. Name Chaotic first to get the flip. All they have to do is get it on over there. The pillar not going to be perfect. Although Joker's now approaching with the flip of their own, and that is going to be your first game. Demon Time really making Demon Time. Yeah, they take it.
Yeah, it was so easy for them to generate power plays for the overwhelming majority of that game, and every time that they were getting a kill, Shianzu was sporting 610 move speed on that Pummeler's Glass Cannon Drakkar. Just so much mobility on a character that, like, if you can position correctly, which Shianzu is already, you know, a player who's incredibly good at knowing exactly where he needs to be to contribute to a play, and then you give him that extra move speed, suddenly he can guarantee that he can be wherever he needs to be. You know, not just knowing to move in the right direction, but being able to get there fast enough that Polar Cortex doesn't even have a response to it. You back that up with Gumi and Joker consistently continuing to chug out this damage, pressure with those cyber swipes, drop those Vice teleports in threatening spots. And yeah, I mean, the mountain that Polar Cortex was going to have to summit in order to turn that game around was absolutely massive. And of course, Demon Time, the mountain themselves, eventually just loomed over that whole match and took it over. We'll have to see if Game 2 looks any different. You know, we get a little bit of locker room talk right now. Maybe Polar Cortex are spotting a bit of a through line, some modifications that they can make to the play style. We'll have to see. We'll see what they come up with. We are headed to Gates of Obscura for Game 2. Another idiosyncratic map, I would say. What do you think going into Gates?
I think in general, Polar Cortex was kind of getting it by the end there. I think that they were sort of using their coordination a little bit more with their abilities and finding kills of their own. Really close towards the end there, though. I mean, we could see that Shianzu had pretty much all the kills on the other team, so they were making it work sort of solo for the most part there. But if we're going on to Gates, I mean, we certainly know that Demon Time is, like, really well known for coordinating their kills. I mean, they are like I mean, we've seen Demon's Raw play. Like, that is their whole shtick, is just, like, beat the crap out of the enemy team, but we're also good enough to hold the ball, so, like, good luck kind of situation. And that's partially what we're going to be seeing here, if I had to guess, especially with Shianzu Brawler. I mean, Drakkar is not the most brawler type ever, but, like, a really good pick for Amy Zap on every front there. On to Gates, though. Yeah, it's really... I mean, I'd love to say it's a situation where it's like, yeah, whoever is going to use this portal is really going to have the great advantage, right? Like, you could just say that. But, you know, not using the portal 2 is kind of a pretty cool mix-up. But it's just like, are we going to see kills again? Is it just going to be, like, players shattered left and right? Will Polar Cortex fight back? Are we going to find out?
Are we gonna find out what?
Are we gonna find out if they fight back, man? Are they gonna fight? Are we gonna? I want to see some, like, I want to see something cool.
Something
man.
clutch.
I want to see something cool.
Yeah, we've just gotten the starting awakenings revealed. It's cast to last and quick strikes at a high level. As we are, we're literally at the peak of competitive play in this game. I have to imagine that all 6 of these players are eyeing quick strike. There's only a couple of characters in the cast that really prefer cast to last, because of course strike is the most powerful ability in the game. It's easy to forget because as every character has access to it, right? But you have a 1 second cooldown, send the core wherever the frick you want. So if you put, cooldown reduction on that, it's easy to understand why, especially for these top players that are so experienced with the fundamentals of this game, having quick strikes when your opponent doesn't have it is a massive advantage. And so if you get it as a starting awakening, everybody has to consider it. You can't look at the starting awakenings and not consider quick strike, because it is such a game-changing awakening just by making that fundamental mechanic that much stronger. So there might be a couple cast to lasts, maybe. Maybe someone will go like Octavia or something, like maybe Joker's eyeing Octavia, but like Octavia also likes quick strikes, right? It's hard because it makes her mobility not matter as much when her strike tempo is always not in her favor if she opts out of quick strike, right?
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm rolling around here, and I can't really think of maybe any character that would really prefer to take cast to last here. Like, yeah, like you said, Octavia could be like the most wild mix-up here for Joker, and obviously we've seen it work out, and it would probably be pretty effective. She does have escape routes, especially with these portals, to make it so that if she is taking a lot of damage, she can kind of get the heck out of there. And well, Castellas is gonna also give her a whole lot more speed for that. But that, I feel like honestly that's maybe the only mix-up I could see here. Like I wouldn't really say like Rune is good enough to do it on, or I wouldn't really say that like now is also pretty dang good with cast to last, but I'm not really sure that beats out on quick strike right now. So
Yeah.
I expect to see something like I do expect to see 6 quick strikes for the most part, and we are finally loading on in here. I'm excited. That was, we are here on an obvious underdog situation. We got millions of points on the on the Team Polar Cortex here in the chat. We love that everyone is taking part in a little bit of the betting going on. But yeah, starting out this game, I hope they
Yeah.
figure something out.
There won't be any Octavia this game. We're seeing Joker on the X here. That was their first pick in the draft. It was Kazan and Estelle bans for Time and Polar, respectively. But Polar Cortex opted in for Era, which is maybe one of those characters that might go cast to last. Possibly on the Rune as well. Like, those are the 2 characters that you would maybe go it on. But I still think Quick Strike is probably the play.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, I'm wrong. It's just the Brawlers that have opted for Quick Strike, and everyone else in this match has opted for cast to last. I'll be interested to see how that shifts the offense-defense dynamic, because these Brawlers, if they're allowed to keep possession in the pocket on Gates of Obscura, having Quick Strike will eventually just get you barriers, just by nature. Like, it's going to make it easier to keep possession, but also, like, your strikes become more threatening, so it burns the enemy goalie's cooldowns faster. So I'll be interested to see if that comes to fruition, or if these goalies are actually going to be totally fine on defense. We'll have to see.
Yeah, wow, this was not what I thought we would be seeing, but heck, I love Castellas. I think it's a really cool, it's kind of personality-involved kind of awakening. This is a vibes awakening, for sure, IMO. We're gonna get... Actually, just one barrier here. Really still just one barrier this whole point. Everyone kind of... They are using the portals quite nicely, and defending quite nicely. I mean, Dubu is not what I thought we would be seeing here. I kind of like both of these teams, though. Era's so good at like buffing up Rasmus and everything that he likes to do, but we do have kind of X on the other side. Rune maybe is like the sheep here that we'll have to see like a lot of extra gameplay from. Oh, flip from Gumi is actually going to go kind of whiff there. Almost named Chaotic had it. Maybe a little bit more size. Perhaps a little bit later in the Awakening draft, we will be seeing that one. The Fool against Joker completely at open goal. Obviously, it's pretty much in Joker's favor there. So a nice strike. Not going to spend any cooldown there. Perhaps there's nothing left here for the Fool. But first point on over to time, and that was, I mean, all the way down to overtime.
Yeah, I did want to at least acknowledge that Demon Time's draft here is very much a draft of comfort picks. These are, you know, some of the more iconic strikers that I would say Gumi, Xianzhu, and Joker have in their repertoire. Xianzhu especially, like, Rune is kind of where he got his start as a Norms demon, right? Was being a Rune main in Norms, and he has kept that throughout his competitive career in nasl as one of the mainstay picks. We're getting to see it again here today on the inaugural day of Season 7. Joker and Xianzhu don't have any evade here, but there's no barriers to their name, and Gumi is running up on this eject button Kai. Also a pick that he's quite well known for. So yeah, they're looking comfortable, for sure. Demon Time have drafted 3 characters that they have cooked on in the past and are likely to cook on again here.
Yeah, great move up there from the Fool to make it so that Joker cannot just have a free double strike there. Named Chaotic now looking at just about 0 health. Looking for a combo there, but actually they get kind of the roundabout pass right on back over to A. And that's actually going to end up scoring them the point. For the most part, these barriers feel like they're holding. But right when overtime comes out, things get a little crazy. Also, we've seen for maybe the second or third time, Xianzhu kind of locked down one of the edges, and the Fool had to ult. And that's been like 3 times right now. And if you just spend a pillar for Dubu's ult, I mean, you are profiting.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Any one of Dubu's abilities is nice to get out, right? Any one of the goalie's abilities that you can get out is nice, but I feel like roll and ult are the 2 big ticket items that you really, really need to contest. There comes the ult right now, dropping it on offense. Full able to walk all the way up, but Demon Time has no problems defending it away. And actually, a flip off of a bull rush onto one of Xianzhu pillars takes A from basically full stagger all the way down to the staggered state. Very spooky for him, and a banish gets dropped there on both of the forwards of Polar Cortex. Joker keeps possession here for a brief moment, but it does get cleared away through the portal. I mean, Polar Cortex, they're holding on defensively. It's just so hard for them to find offensive opportunities. I mean, it's kind of the name of the game with their team. That's kind of always been their MO. But against Demon Time, like that's an even scarier situation to be in, ping-ponging with the Rune pillar there.
Yeah, really tight situation on this corner. I'm like almost mesmerized by what is going on. Players in such tight spots here though, but they are surviving with just about nothing. Named Chaotic can't find the pendulum swing there though, although we had the angle, but we got the flip out of Gumi. It's all you could really hope for in that situation. Huge banish is going to put a whole lot of pressure on the Fool. Now it's Dubu's. Yeah, it was just in God's hands right there. I'll have to tell you guys, that was in God or Dubu's hands, and it's going to unfortunately not work out for Dubu even a little bit. And we'll probably see that a lot, you know, when the pillars collide with the Tofu Fortress. Yeah, it just stuff kind of happens, and particles kind of are just accelerating out of control. So keep your eyes peeled for Dubu and the pillar.
Oh
Big kill from Joker. Wow, actually gonna blast Named Chaotic right on out of there. Not gonna spend a flip here from the Fool just yet, though the Joker kind of knocking the Fool's health down to nothing here. Though we're gonna heal up a little bit. Dubu does have a nicely large health pool. A and Named Chaotic really trying to work on this barrier. Xianzhu is just there for the big defense. Maelstrom is not going to work out either. The Fool having trouble moving up here, it looks like. Spending literally just about everything. Not the Tofu Fortress. Almost everything to get that one through. But Xianzhu is going to win out and grab the final barrier. A is looking really low. Joker, I guess, does not have Maximus just yet as A is approaching here. Down to Named Chaotic. Xianzhu defending successfully against Named Chaotic. And boy, now it's the power play of all time.
I can't imagine it's going to last much longer. These are good dribbles here from Joker. Ooh. Constant corner shots to opposite sides, and eventually there's no speed awakenings on this Dubu quite yet. Even though he has pauldrons, he's not big enough or fast enough to catch every single one. It'll be a set MVP heading over to Joker's X. And already that X scaling is going to get off to a fine start. Going stacks on stacks here. Speed Perhaps the second most valuable stat that you can ask for on an X right after size. It's, I mean, he's a relatively low mobility character, and he needs a lot of space to set up his abilities because they all have quite a bit of delay, except for the ult, right? So if you give him speed, suddenly those abilities become that much easier to work with. And if you can put a bell ringer anywhere that you need it to be, that's a spooky situation for any enemy that's in front of you. The Fool does manage to abscond with extra special, though, on that Dubu. That is a massive boon for Polar Cortex. Definitely going to give them a lot of defensive value as long as there's no stray rune pillars that Fortune does not smile upon the soup for.
Which can happen. We have seen thousands of times, although the interaction between Dubu's Fortress and the pillar will probably be occurring a lot more often. Huge Strike War win from Name Chaotic. You can't really call anything more than a Strike War than that. Successfully won from Name Chaotic. Huge to the side of Polar Cortex there. Yeah, I think the extra special here was probably just what the Fool ordered, other than maybe getting some size or something there. Yeah, the big Monumentalist pillar plus the banish to make things awkward. Because the ball was banished, it made it so that the Tofu Fortress went right on over it. So it's going to steal that last barrier here. Joker going to try to play with the Fool, passing it right up to Shianzu. Have low A here. Really just about nothing and knock them out of the way. Gumi's going to help just get a kill there. Absolutely, really great work with that barrage. He's now going to be able to play with Gumi onto the top side. Lots of back passing here is going on. Gumi having no cooldowns, which is understandable. Passing it right on back to Shianzu. Oh man, the barrage is going to pretty cleanly beat that attempt at a log from the Fool. And that, honestly, that situation is what I would expect to be seeing a lot more often here from the Kai and Dubu. I would expect to see the barrage against the Dubu a lot, and the log kind of just... Yeah, it does not always win. It does not always win.
Yeah, it's tough. And we are starting to see, you know, the quick strike tempo really make a difference when it comes to Joker matching up against the Fool here. We saw last point multiple times. Demon Time kind of choked out the entire goal box of Polar Cortex, just like they're doing to these barriers right now. And when Joker is the seemingly least threatening option for the Fool to clear into, there's a ping pong match, and slowly Joker is able to just work that core up the field little by little because he has 15% less strike cooldown than this Dubu. So, you know, well played from these players, you know, taking advantage of quick strikes as one would expect. But it's cool to see that effect actually play out in action, and having to watch the Fool try to adapt to that, because you can't just keep clearing into that X, or eventually you're going to be at the back of your goal box and you'll just die back there or get scored on, one of the two, and then you'll get scored on right after dying. So we're seeing some problem solving in action here with the quick strikes on these brawlers.
Seeing some problems here being created for Polar Cortex, as we have another kill. An entire house created here from Shianzu is going to attempt to block the ball, but Dubu, you know, having one of the very few abilities that'll stop the ball in its place, quite good against that specific situation, even better than using Tofu Fortress. A does have flip here, though. Does not really want to use it defensively. Another house being sent here from Shianzu. Once again surviving, though, with this barrier. We have a whole lot of defense coming out. Big banish, evade from the Fool, though, which is nice. A is completely... I mean, not helpless, had flip, but, you know, it's a tough situation to try to hold flip when you guys are kind of down, right? You really feel like you need that resource to hold on to, and you just want to try to do your best to outplay as much as you can. And another situation where stopping the ball is really beneficial. Perhaps Dubu is the best character in the entire game, but, you know, sends out the Maelstrom there. Gumi has flip, gonna probably wait until this barrier is completely taken. Man, it is incredible to watch Polar Cortex survive this barrier this long. Big flip, nothing left for Gumi to get back there, and there you go. We got that barrier finally after 2,000 strikes, 2,000 redirects. There's some crazy numbers showing up. Smacks the Fool right out of the way, and now we're gonna actually have to deal with, yeah, Shianzu having that banish once more, and the flip is going to send the kill, and man, time is looking good. Oh no.
That, I mean, I gotta give props to Polar Cortex. There were at least 4 separate incredibly impressive defensive holds where, you know, Shianzu was putting pillars up so like there wasn't an opportunity to clear. They just had to like work around the rune pillars to keep it in. What a beautiful tornado there from A to grab the barrier, sending it, like, the core was just carried at exactly the right angle to snag that second barrier. Now Named Chaotic has a flip here to work with. Like, Polar Cortex are putting in some real work this match. My hopes for them to actually send us to a game 3 are much higher for this game than they were for, you know, the situation that they were in on App. It seems like they're a lot more comfortable, but it's still very hard. It's still very hard. Joker has these stacks on stacks online. Shianzu's build is absolutely disgusting with this Castellast and Manu. So there's, again, a lot of obstacles to overcome here, but Polar Cortex are, like, definitely making the most of it. I'm really enjoying watching them play through here.
Yeah, they are surviving this gauntlet for the most part, although they can't seem to find, like, the thing that wins you the game, which is just getting these scores in a consistent fashion. They have one on the board here in this set, but not much more than that. And most of the situations that we find are just like a lot of resources being spent on that team, mostly because of these rune pillars, right? Xianzu's got this Monumentalist, which is blocking so much, forces the Fool to ult just about every single time, or at least use a somersault, which is such a rough spot. Although Named Chaotic almost had a nice situation where they were in advantage. Now over to I, once again, back pass, setting up the Maelstrom. They can't seem to find the ball on in there. Fool does have a flip here, though. Might be able to move up, or at least give the ball close in overtime speed. It's going to be too much for Gumi to handle. A great angle to get it in there, even up this set. Could it be the Polar Cortex bringing it back?
Yeah, nice stuff, and a beautiful triangular formation from them. I mean, they kind of forced Joker to stay on the portal in order to cover that as an option to move the core up the field. And as a result, A was just left open to repeatedly coordinate offenses from the midfield, and Named Chaotic did a fantastic job putting strikes in positions where Gumi didn't really have a clear option. It was just kind of, you know, forced to send it back into the hands of the Brawlers. A nice save there, but the banish comes through, and Joker is closing in on this. Demon Time, once again, sees control of the point for a brief moment, but the Fool is holding on to this final barrier. It does go down right there. Brawlers have flip here. Named Chaotic burns his first. A gets sent up the field with this Orb Dancer's speed, but now it's Joker's turn with the flip. Gumi also waiting on the back line here. The Fool's log manages to catch it. Pillar sends it up, but now Gumi closes in on the goal box. Doesn't even need Gumi there. Joker just threads the needle and sends us to set 3 with Demon Time at a 2-set lead.
That was a good dribble. That was a really good dribble from Joker, and Xianzu was kind of closing in there as well. So, all right, well-deserved dribble, well-deserved shot. That was quite good. And rewarded nicely with Demolitionist, which is, like, insanely good. 4x, the size of the cooldown, is going to be great. Peak performance, giving Duke a little bit more of that speed. Obviously, we see the pauldrons here, so that's going to be quite valuable. Gumi, also the master of speed, glass cannon. Speed all day with that one. Heavy impact could give Era a little bit of extra cooldown on that primary there. Twin drive is certainly going to help Rune get a couple more extra of those pillars. I mean, see the ult coming out just about every time from the Fool with 1 pillar. Now we have 3. So things are going to get a little bit more awkward there. And the final thing, Named Chaotic getting Berserker. Named Chaotic just has to get their ass beat now, and we'll get some value. Oh,
I mean, something that I haven't brought up yet that is another bit of a win condition here for Polar Cortex that they've been taking advantage of, but they don't get many opportunities to do it, which is the fact that Gumi took Omega Infused Accelerator and has no Stagger Awakenings. The Fool actually just denied peak performance from Gumi instead of opting for Glass Cannon. And as a result, there's been multiple times this game that Polar Cortex have been able to stagger Gumi. They haven't been able to, you know, convert it into a power play quite yet, but with this heavy impact on Era, and, you know, maybe the Berserker contributes a little bit from Named Chaotic getting some extra power, it's possible. It's not looking good right now. Demon Time did just take the first point of the set, and their energy economy is looking quite good. This X is scaling very well with the extra size that he just got. But, you know, it's not lights out. It's not lights out for Polar Cortex quite yet. They have shown that they have spotted the, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel. It's not a guarantee that they'll be able to make it all the way there, but they can see that this is not all lost hope.
We love that. Question about Omega Accelerator. Do you continue to lose Stagger after you've gotten that 12% speed?
No, you do not.
Okay.
It
cool.
It caps out after.
All right, so that will
yeah.
pretty much
you lose
leave Gumi at
24%
1,000 health.
Stagger, I believe.
Okay, so Gumi is sitting at 1,000 health just about all the time now, but does have that 12% speed. Pretty interesting awakening, man. As long as you can survive, you got dummy good speed. But yeah, you can see Gumi's health is quite low, but a lot of the cooldowns are really being spent by Polar Cortex just getting the ball past midfield. You can see that Shianzu and Joker are doing such a good job, in addition to Gumi just like throwing Giga Blast here and there. He now has this flip to survive the situation. Again, the cooldown's being spent to just try to get the ball past Fool. No more barriers left to their name. Goes into the portal there in a scary situation. Nice pendulum swing. Once again, Gumi is wise to the situation, although the overtime speed is going to make that one work out. Final barrier goes down. A here to help against Joker. The ult comes out. Boy, that whole top lane is a little bit scary. Oh my god. Okay, the Tofu Fortress survives the situation. Now, Name Chaotic kind of had a chance to get their hands on the ball. Now it's going to be once again another power play here for time, bro. A is no longer on the board, and neither are their orb stacks. I mean, hope is sort of dwindling here a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Polar Cortex, that point again, they were on the precipice of getting a power play. Joker was almost staggered, had barely any health left, no evade. And there was just too much pressure generated by the other two members of Demon Time to give Polar Cortex any opportunity to capitalize on that stagger advantage. And he said that was a very nice Tofu Fortress there. Now Gumi has no evade. He actually just dies to knockback there on the wall. The pendulum swing takes him out. And now it's Polar Cortex's turn to shine, but Joker actually just wins a strike war through the Fool, immediately converts it back onto the other side. Gumi's already almost back up. Here he is. And the pillar keeps it alive there. Very well played on the reverse power play from Demon Time. Now Joker gets to punch it on through with the help of that flip. Name Chaotic sends it up to A. They get the second barrier. Well done, but Gumi's stagger is low again. Maybe they can get another kill here. Polar Cortex win the interaction. Pendulum swing hits him. The Arrow Beam hits him. Gumi, low stagger. The Fool walks all the way up. Staggers, flips, takes it in. Polar Cortex, I'm telling you, they're seeing the through line here.
Bro,
it's so thin. It's so thin, but they found it that point. They found it.
Bro, the Fool truly ran all the way up there behind the Tofu Fortress and was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm taking this point. Got that flip in there, and that's what they needed to do. Another barrier already gone down here. Good control from Polar Cortex. There's a lot of possession. No ult here from the Fool, though. We just saw them use it, but we do have extra special. It'll be up quicker than the opposing team thinks. Although there goes the somersault. It doesn't need that situation either. Okay, the Giga Blast is also going to go wide, but the barrier does go down as well. Big banish here. Kind of stalls out the game for just a moment. A has flipped just in case things go a little bit south, or maybe we get a little bit more offense here. Nice Maelstrom is going to bring the ball right on over to Name Chaotic. Although they don't find much more than that into the hands of Name Chaotic. Once again, a flip from A. A little bit far from the goal, but a close shot. Giga Blast also not going to do too much there. Right on over to A once again. Makes the ball small, but Joker finds a humongous dash punch kill. X Maximus is going to be it. And now we have the Joker against Joker, who's the Fool against Joker, who's literally too big. Dies to the somersault, holding the ball, stalling out. Name Chaotic's the best player on the literal planet. The best guy I've ever seen.
That's incredible. That's incredible right there.
King.
It could not have looked more dire there for about 5 seconds. That I was so worried for Polar Cortex, and then a kill into an absolutely beautiful play off of Shianzu's own pillar to tie up the set. I mean, well played from them, and they're forcing out flips right off the bat. Polar Cortex are doing such a good job of getting enemy resources out here. Shianzu's flip gets spent there as well. It does get the Dubu roll. And Joker is closing in here with the X Maximus, but Fool is holding on to the barrier for now. Okay, Joker wins the strike war. The Giga Blast sends it back in. They're holding on for the time being. Name Chaotic and A are managing to stay with their presence in the midfield. Death's Touch pulls Shianzu off the core. Almost catches it there with the Rasmus secondary, but Gumi and Shianzu are able to send it away. The double pillar, plus the Maelstrom, plus the Tofu Fortress, keep the core essentially banished for a few seconds there. Flip gets spent, but nothing's caught. As a result of it, a beautiful banish will close out the match. Shianzu taking that cast to last. Shame on me for suggesting that Quick Strikes was the play. That closing point right there, if nothing else, over the course of the game, cast to last had its power demonstrated. And that's a series won by Demon Time. Well played by them, but that was a hype last set. I was very pleased, very entertained with that last set.
Yeah, that was. I'm like sitting here like, yo, at every couple of plays there. Really good try there from Polar, man. They a godlike effort to try to make that one happen there. Like incredible defense coming out from the Fool in A when it mattered, and the offense from Name Chaotic in the A. Wow, super good try. A well-deserved win there though from Demon Time. I mean, that is like crazy coordination. I mean, Joker's damage 36,000, 10 kills. I mean, yeah. Those kills were happening, those dash punches, the bell ringer, just a little too big, too much knockback, and wow, really great game. I gotta say, Gumi made that Omega Accelerator work quite well when you are really fast Kai, and you are avoiding a whole lot of damage. So it's gonna be, Demon Time moving on in such a cool fashion there. That was an impressive game on both sides. What else is there to say here, Cloak? I mean, that was too cool. That was too fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, both teams made some very, very fun, very entertaining plays. But, you know, we talked about it at the start of the game. This was Demon Time playing on their comfort picks and capitalizing on it beautifully. You brought up the Omega Infused Accelerator. It's dangerous. It's a risk. We saw Gumi's life be, you know, on the precipice of dying, or even, you know, getting KO'd a couple times there at the end. But because Demon Time did such a fantastic job of keeping possession that match and constantly putting the pressure onto Polar Cortex, the fact that Gumi had low stagger wasn't usually an issue, right? Because there's more pressing things to worry about. You have to worry about your barriers. You have to worry about your goal when Demon Time has possession. And so Polar Cortex didn't have time to consider Gumi, which just allowed him to remain a massive threat. He had so much move speed between Glass Cannon, Omega Infused Accelerator, and then he had that devilish pairing of Eject Button and Cast to Last, which makes that Kai secondary last so long and give so much speed. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. So well played both teams, but especially to Demon Time for closing out that series. And we're about to move on to more of the start of our season. Coming up, we're going to have a new block of casters, even more matches, so stay tuned. The North American Strikers League has more to come.
And welcome back, everybody, to North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 1. Sad Boys versus EKC, a age-old rivalry here. And I'm here with Gret, and we're going to bring you this awesome match. They're already getting into it. They've done the draft and everything. It is on Inky Splash Zone, Game 1, starting off with a wild one. And Gret, why don't you walk us through what these players have picked here?
Yeah, these teams are no strangers to playing one another, but the rosters are a little different. Sad Boys is fielding their Hungry Like Nephew roster with Kainoob in the midfield and Vaughn in the net, and EKC is playing Flowers midfield here, which they have done before in previous seasons. She's no stranger to the national stage, but this is the first time she's playing as a starter, I believe. EKC, though, they've picked a double midfield composition, and Sad Boys appear to as well. However, knowers know from scrims that is the Brawler Juno. Bells will be playing a lot more like a Brawler than a midfielder playing Juno. So we'll see how this kind of 4 midfield composition plays out.
Yeah, definitely pretty interesting. And big cannon blast coming out from Vaughn. Gonna make it a power play. And Soren makes one save, but Bell's able to jump in and dunk it right in the net. It will be Sad Boys starting off with the first point of their season. Yeah, I just want to touch on that thing you pointed out on the compositions, because like it's this classic double midfield thing, but you have the Brawler Juno, and additionally you have Vaughn on the Atlas, you know, the normal melee lockdown goalie, really good here, but Soren opted for the Finny, didn't go for maybe the Dubu was banned or something or anything like that, but a much more aggressive pick, a much more aggressive mindset coming out from EKC, so it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, EKC going all in on that possession for this game. 3 characters that are notably very, very good at dumping their abilities to take the ball. But the issue is that Sad Boys have a team composition that's just so good at scoring and taking advantage of any moments they get. As we're seeing it right now, every time Bells gets the ball, he's able to make some kind of play on the barrier on the net, and Kainoob with his dash on Luna, that global ability with global presence, he's able to cover anywhere Soren might want to hit it, and Finny is just not able to defend such strong offense like that consistently.
Yeah, they picked up a KO in each of these points so far as well, and we'll see if they keep that train going here. We can see the Blobos come out on the offense. Core flip here from Kainoob to send it around Flowers and Soren on the defense, but not able to hold it down. The barrier falls, the Crater Maker comes out, and that just goes right in. Soren not able to dodge in time. And that'll be Sad Boys. A clean set 1 here, taking it 3-0 to start their season off.
Yeah, we're seeing about the characteristic Inky's point speed right now. Very, very fast points right now. And in this game, it's very much swinging in favor of Sad Boys, as 1-2 punch and bulk up, both very, very strong Juno pickups. Bell's opting for the 1-2 punch for just all-inning on that core speed, and leaving that bulk up for Kainoob to deny from the enemy forwards of EKC, as Soren is the earliest pick in their draft, and he gets a lot less value from a Stagger Awakening. Reptile Remedy is still open for NXZ to take. He'll be a lot harder to kill, but the issue is that a lot of the time they'll just be killing Flowers in the midfield anyway, and that kind of cuts EKC in half. It puts NXZD on the other side and Soren to defend 1v2, and if they get this damage comp going with Bells and Kainoob for very, very good damage and knockback presence, it's going to be very, very dangerous for EKC to play out these points. Flowers has to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely, though. Will be EKC picking up the first barrier here. Flowers will blink up. A nice glitch pop to predict the clear there. Will be EKC taking the first point here. Hoping their luck has changed a little bit here in the second set, but we'll see if they can keep the momentum going. But classic Inky's tempo, whoever kind of controls the core for like 30 seconds usually tends to get the point.
Yeah, good read from Flowers there to score it at the end. One thing we'll notice is that, one thing we should be noticing is that EKC will have possession for a large majority of the point, but Sad Boys will be getting stronger breakaways when they do get the ball. Looking at the goalies here, Finny all in on the core control, and Vaughn letting the barrier pass there. The Atlas is kind of all-inning on that defensive power, but Atlas with the primary is still good at cutting out plays before they happen. He's a very proactive melee goalie like that.
And EKC against the goalie power play right here. Kainoob has a flip available. Soren respawning now, but just in time. Kainoob flipping it in, and classic Inky. Soren spawns on the opposite side. If this was any other map, might have been able to contest that, but a nice flip there from Kainoob. We'll tie it up 1-1 here. Heading to the next point. And a quick kickoff. Immediate Blobos coming out from Bells, but they won't pick up the barrier on that go around, and EKC looking for a chance to get it past this midfield line and maybe make something happen on their own. Crater Maker coming out, it's getting dodged. XCD with the core, not able to find much.
Ooh.
With a nice piercing shot, though. Flowers with the glitch pop picks up the KO on Devon, and now it's a huge goalie power play here for EKC. Trying to bring the core up to NXCD. They pop the water cannon here. Bells has a flip available. Might have to burn it defensively. Still holding on to it, though. Flowers into the cat cannon, but cleared up by Kainoob and Vaughn. Back online. Flip from Flowers on the goal line. Picks up the KO and dunks it right at EKC, bringing it to set point.
Well played from Flowers again, finding a kill, finding a second, and then with the flip, able to score that goal. It feels like a lot of people are getting killed by knockback in this game. Very close to the walls these plays are being. And it's kind of what you'd predict on a glass cannon start on a map like Inky's as well. Though, again, we're seeing it. Flowers is kind of the brawler this game. She's playing kind of far forward and finding these kills, these goals, and it's working out for EKC very effectively this set.
And now 1 point away here. NXCD about to have a flip. Flowers with the setup. Blinks right in onto the clear. And that'll be the set here. Flowers putting in big work. That set for sure. Deserved MVP. And now EKC getting their pick of the draft. Hoping to bring something back extra special for this IME. Could be a really big pickup.
One thing to look at too, though, is Luna can get a very dangerous build with that missile propulsion, as it is open for her. Having that bulk up super surge also very good to deny from the dash range on the Estelle. However, she will already be taking hot shot out of fear for Juno's core speed. Kainoob has a very, very strong knockback build here. He's already been finding them without the super surge. Now he has glass cannon and bulk up. He's 158 power right now. And with that super surge, he has an absolutely insane build for finding random kills on the side. Already strengthening what he's been good at this game, so it's something to keep track of. EKC did do a much better job at not dying this set, and they got rewarded for it. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, immediately those sad boys here with the offense. The barrier will remain standing for EKC, though, as they bring it back around. The Crater Maker forces Soren to burn some of that valuable energy here. NXCD versus Kainoob trying to keep the core up. NXCD looking to take over. A piercing shot sends it around behind Vaughn. Picks up the barrier and now playing this bottom corner. Bell is able to clear it out. Looking for a barrier of his own, though. The water cannon, though, is popped. Sends it back up onto the offense for EKC. NXCD blinking in, but Kainoob clears it away from Flowers and looks to get it back to EKC side of the field. So we're unable to strike War the Blobbo there. Send it back around to the midfield. Off to Flowers. A dribble on the bottom side. Bell's jumping in. Is going to be able to clear that one out. They have to look to do it again, though. Flowers blinking up. NXCD a blink to the top corner here, but not enough cooldowns, and it will be Bells rotating back around to pick up the barrier. Strike war here from Soren to keep the goal out for now, but the cannon is available. Vaughn going to turn it on here in overtime. NXCD versus Kainoob in the bottom. Gets it over to Bells. Flowers making the save. Soren off to NXCD to send it up. Blinking up into the midfield. Drop the Rose Thorns. Vaughn able to clear it, but now Flowers in the bottom side. Looking to make a play with the blink, possibly. NXCD has a flip available. There's a glitch pop. Vaughn expecting it, though. Core flip here from NXCD. Right through the middle. Kainoob caught evading, and EKC picking up the point.
Yeah, making sure he's dodging the core there. I think he might have thought he had flipped there, looking at the energy he would have had before that evade came through. One thing we're seeing, though, is that these points have been going very, very quickly, but as soon as they don't, as soon as that overtime hits, there's a lot of core speed in this game. 1-2 punch on Juno, hot shot on Estelle, and a glass cannon start giving players a lot of power. What a find on that barrier. As soon as the points do get that overtime, the lobby will speed up a lot, and when that's the case, really it's EKC its advantage, because Finny's a lot better at covering that open space than Vaughn, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and classic Inky's played there. NXCG just set up for the water cannon. Just piercing shots it right through, and now another set point opportunity here for EKC. Sad Boys in a rough situation here. They got 2 flips to work with, but a long way to go if they want to claw this set back. Pushing hard on the top side. Kainoob gets the barrier, but it's going to go down for it. Strike shot here from Vaughn, looking to buy some time for this midfielder to come back online. Pops the water cannon as well. NXCD isolated on the top side at the moment. Drops the Rose Thorns. Flowers not able to line up the blink here. Sets up the cat cannon, though, and that's going to be the barrier gone. Pass up to NXCD with a glitch pop. Kainoob trying to clear it out. The water cannon comes online. Primary here from Vaughn. Keeps the core corralled for now. NXCD in the top corner once again. Flowers covering the out clear. Blinks up maybe a little too soon, and Kainoob able to find an opening, pushing it up the field. Bell's in position to find a score, but NXCD trying to fish it out. Kainoob blocked by NXCD. Up to Vaughn here with the Rose Thorns. Vaughn having to flip. Gets it past the IME ults. into the Finny ult here, and Soren, a little bit of a miscalculation on the rotation there. Popped the Finny ult a bit too early. A bit of a Finny moment.
Yeah, Bells with a martyrdom there, sacrificing himself to put the Finny, to put the core in a situation where the detonation of the Finny ult would send it into that top corner. Actually finding the play there. It was scary too, because if it didn't score right there, that would have been EKC's point and set win, because Sad Boys didn't have much of a water cannon situation going on. However, they will have it now, as they have taken that barrier. Vaughn able to defend the offense from EKC here. Bells is in a situation to score it, and he does, playing off of Kainub's nuke there.
Clean setup there. Sad Boys bringing it back now, just like that. Tied at set point. 2-2. And we'll have some energy online here for Soren pretty shortly in this point as well. So EKC still an opportunity to take this one and get a lead in this game one. But no immediate barriers coming off of kickoff. NXED now with the flip available. Both teams just battling over the core. Bell's pushing up. NXED burning the flip a bit early there. Doesn't grab anything. Pushing up the field though. Flowers going to get stopped by the Atlas primary. Trying to get it around Kainub here, having to boost backwards to regain control of the core. Finny ult coming out, and NXED looking for the piercing shot, doesn't find it on the barrier. It eats the entire Luna rocket though. He's going to be having to run away for a bit. Get some health. But both teams still keeping their barriers up. Playing a bit more cautiously than we've seen before. Bell's dropping the Blobos here. Not able to make contact with the core. Soren with the core flip. Saves that one. And now core flip here from Kainub, able to pick up the barrier. And now the water cannon online here for Sad Boys. The Finny ult coming out. The Atlas expanse in the bottom side. There's the water cannon coming out. Flowers super hurt. Has to burn the core flip here. Will get taken out by the Crater Maker though. And now it's a power play for Sad Boys. Bell's jumping up. Vaughn pushing up onto this top side as well as Kainub hold down the midfield line up to Vaughn, who has the flip available. Dribbling it once. There's the flip right into the middle. And Sad Boys will take set 3.
Yeah, stalling out the abilities from EKC there in that power play, knowing as soon as they run out of things to cut that pass to Vaughn, he will get an almost guaranteed goal with that dribble into flip. Really, they're just that extended kind of play that they had really favored them, as EKC didn't have the time to work with, as Flowers' health bar was slowly whittling down. Vaughn will pick up Prime Time as Atlas here, a very notably strong pickup for that character, and Soren isn't left with anything insane for Finny in comparison. I mean, we'll get the prize fighter, though. It's not something especially important for this game. It's more of a deny from Juno getting that power. And this draft really, really looks to favor Sad Boys right now. The best thing Finny gets is Timeless Creator, and Estelle's with, like, Tempo Swing, right? No insane awakenings for EKC. The game is kind of swung in momentum here.
Sad Boys definitely getting some good pickups there, for sure. This Kainub guy, you gotta look out for him. You can't just face tank the Crater Makers anymore. That being said, EKC will pick up the first barrier here and pop the water cannon. Nice save from Vaughn to get out of the piercing shot from NXED, but a battle up in this corner. 4 bodies fighting over the core, but it will stay out of Sad Boy's goal for the moment. Flowers looking for the self-pass. Not quite find it. Drops the Crater Maker. The Firewall Sentry on the bottom side here. NXED rotating up to the top side with it. Vaughn spending the primary and the expanse here, taking a lot of damage in the process, but will get the core back onto EKC's side as Bells and Kainub look to make something happen, but all 3 members of EKC holding down the defense, keeping it away from this barrier. Flowers now has a flip available as well. Bells jumping in. Soren, nice strikes to keep it held down. Battle over the midfield. Vaughn strike shots it away. Firewall Sentry comes out. It just floats back to Soren. Flowers and Bells both trading some blows here as we head into overtime. Flowers still looking for an opportunity to find this flip, but they just can't get the core into a good spot. Gonna burn it here on the bottom side, but the Blobos will hold it down. The expanse burned as well, but that's Bells taking off the field here. The water cannon getting used. DKC looking to capitalize on this power play. Can go up to NXED. Kainub boost to cut the pass. Vaughn forced to flip there. Barely catches that one. Flowers to the bottom side looking for the cyber swipe. Doesn't quite find it. Now NXED back online with the flip available. Going to burn it here in the Finny ult, though. The expanse comes out, and that shuts that down. Looking for the piercing shot to follow up, but doesn't find that either. Now Kainub boosting to the bottom side. They're just having so much trouble getting it past Flowers at NXED, though. They're holding this midfield line down so well. But Sad Boy's defense is not budging one bit.
Yeah, and it's this overtime again with the core speed. And one thing that's very important is that EKC has their barrier still. No matter whether Kainub flips or not, they have these resources to work with. And we saw the results of that there. The entire point, EKC had the ball. That's exactly what they drafted this team to do, to keep the ball for as long as possible and eventually score. whittle down the resources, eventually find a situation where you can get that open space shot into the net, score on Vaughn no matter what he could potentially do, right? And we're seeing it there again, as long as they don't get blitzed down by something like a 1-2 punch Juno early in the point, which they're spending their resources to make sure it doesn't happen, it's working out for them very effectively, I think.
Said Bell's able to bring down the barrier. An open goal here for EKC. Vaughn with a flip and the water cannon available here. Going to turn on the cannon right here into the Blobo, but that's kind of taken off the map on the top side. They have the barrier, but they're fighting against the power play. Sad Boys trying to commit to the offense, though. Bells drops the Blobos here. Vaughn going to heal himself with the Atlas ults. And Kainu back online. 3v3 once again. NXED looking to set the piercing shot. Nice expanse from Vaughn. Taking a lot of damage, though. Dodges the cyber swipe from Flowers to avoid getting KO'd here. Still has the flip available. Just keeping the core up and away. Nice Blobo from Bells. Stop Soren from clearing that out. And Sad Boys going to tie up the set yet again, 1-1.
Very important dodge from Vaughn, as there wasn't actually a bumper there considering the fact that it's Inky splash zone. So if that cyber swipe did hit, he would be dead. So it really just him not getting hit by Flowers' cyber swipe there did win them that point entirely. However, going to this one, it's already a taken barrier. Finny ult coming through. Flowers is slightly in danger, however, she did just pick up an orb. Soren does have a flip and a water cannon to work with, however, they choose not to play for it.
And flips online here. Bell's gonna burn his. Takes down the barrier here. Has some Blobos set up. Kainu boosting in, but Soren ready for that one. Now 2 flips up for EKC. Vaughn turns on the water cannon. Doesn't get much out of it, though. Just rotates it around. Forces Flowers to burn some energy against the Crater Maker, though. As the forwards from Sad Boys pushing up. Drops the rocket. Doesn't find anything there. But Bell's really beat up here in this midfield. But a big boost from Kainu. Picks up the KO. Core Flip's getting burnt here by Soren to try and fight against this power play. Flowers as well on the defense. Looking for the KO on Bells. Doesn't find it there. Soren versus Kainu. But Kainu with the Strike War. The reaction check. And that brings Sad Boys to match point.
Yeah, Flowers is making a lot of hard reads in this game, I'm noticing, and with the dashes and the glitch pops and such. And the issue with it is that if you are incorrect as Imi on a hard read, you're kind of just out of position for a large portion of the point. You have to walk back to where you were before. And when it works especially well. We've been seeing that, but it feels like in this situation, Sad Boys are kind of just correct more often, and we're seeing Flowers and EKC as a whole get punished for that.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta agree with that. There's been many a times where Flowers has come in clutch for some of these placements, but also many a times where Sad Boys were ready for it. That being said, the Firewall Sentry is up. Ultimate's getting dropped here. The Finny ult as well. Barrier not going down just yet. Here comes the Crater Maker, though, onto NXED. Vaughn as well, looking to punish. NXED 1 HP right now. The Bobo's getting dropped here in the midfield. The Reptile Remedy, though, should heal him up pretty nice. Bell's still looking for this edge KO. The projectile's barely missing. They fight over now. Bells and Kainu up to the top side. Soren with the core flip going to rotate it back around to the bottom. The Firewall Sentry is set up here as we head into overtime. Both barriers still alive. One of the longer Inky's points for sure. Vaughn on the defense versus NXED from the top side. We'll be able to clear it out through the bottom here. Kainu with a flip available. Flowers just rotating it around now. Kainu boosting up. Has the Blobos from Bells helping on the bottom side, but not able to get in flip range. Going to burn it here, but doesn't quite get the angle to the top corner. That's just going to bounce right back. Finds it, though, on the return with the Luna Rocket. That opens up EKC side of the goal. Vaughn triggers the water cannon here. Going to send it in. Send it all the way up. And NXED caught in the cannon as well. Now it's a power play for Sad Boys. Kainu with a shot to the top. Soren hits the Soren angle. What a clear to keep it out. The Crater Maker coming in. Point not able to be found just yet, though. 2 seconds till NXED is back. Bells up to Kainu, up to the Blobo. NXED back online. Makes a save here, but Vaughn still keeping the pressure up. Pass up to Kainu, boosting in with the rocket. The Blobo from Bells sends it right to the bottom. And Sad Boys will take map 1.
Yeah, a very, very volatile game, really. It felt like both teams were dominating at certain different stages of that game. Eventually, Sad Boys did eke it out there with I think especially what I was noticing is Kainu was putting a lot of presence on the map. With that Super Surge flip, he only got 1 kill with it, but a lot of the time he had the option to, and I was seeing EKC play their players in a much less effective position just due to the threat alone that Kainu could go for it, right? And that was giving them so much space, especially in that last set. that they were able to work with, and really cutting off EKC's space is exactly what you need to counter a team comp where they've drafted 3 characters that want to cover as much space as possible, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we saw that that Brawler Juno definitely did a lot of that, just cutting off all kinds of angles, just putting literal obstacles just on the field. They were just such a hindrance when they needed to be, but Gundam as well, moving around the field, picking up some much-needed KOs. 7 KOs total here from Sad Boys, though. EKC did get 6. Flowers picking up 4 herself. So, definitely a much closer game than it initially started to be. And like you said, both teams, at one point or another, seemed to have a pretty solid upper hand. But ultimately, Sad Boys were the ones to close it out. Now, I don't think we know which... at this current moment, which map Game 2 is going to be played on, but I'm sure we'll see in just a second here. But Inky's is definitely a interesting map. It is one of the more volatile maps for sure. So we tend to get those games that can go very back and forth. They can also be very one-sided. And this was just one of those back and forth ones. So I guess depending on what map we see next, we'll see what characters come out again, but...
Right, I'm noticing a lot of double midfield today.
Yeah,
it's very, very
true.
frequent team comp I'm seeing. Even if it's not exactly double midfield, like 2 people playing in the midfield line, it is the Brawlers picking a character that is able to play midfield at least a little bit, like a Juno. Even if you're playing Juno Brawler, it is still Juno. Or an Estelle, right, from an XVD. And one thing that kind of where that comp falters is when you're playing into a team with a strong defensive backline, right? If you're playing 2 characters who rely on strikes and possession to score, a character like Atlas or a character like Dubu or a strong melee goalie will kind of be able to shut that down without that strong checkmate potential. And we saw a bit of that last game. We'll see if that continues as EKC tries different team comps out in the rest of the series. If they don't lock in something like a Juliet or an X or a traditional brawler, then they're going to have to find a different answer to be able to score on Vaughn, right? Because that Atlas, we were seeing it there, it's really hard to score on the Atlas. All the times barriers were dropping where when, say, he was walking a little far forward and they were able to punish that with the core speed, right?
And he got monumentalist that game too as well,
He
so...
did.
Even when they were had an open goal situation, you kind of expect these double midfielders to be able to rotate it around this stationary guy. He just uses that expanse and it kind of just takes up the entire net. So it's like this massive safety button that can really just shut a lot of stuff down and let the forwards take over to help clear it out. So I mean, Atlas kind of has just been a staple in the recent days as far as I've been aware. So it's definitely, it's like you said, it definitely makes it difficult for a lot of teams to get past these goalies.
Yeah, it looks like it's a Gates of Obscura game for Game 2.
All right.
It's peak performance and stacks if Cliff is telling the truth. Which is an interesting start for Gates, for sure, by the way, because Gates, at least in my opinion, is an interesting map because it's both the most open map in the game in terms of passing and space, but it also has that corner stuffing because of the barrier shape. Unlike a map like Aten, where it's open but the barrier is super easy to take, you don't have to commit any of your team's kind of power budget to taking that barrier and running strong offense. On Gates, you kind of do want that, but you also want to be able to cover that open space because the portals open these passing angles that you can't otherwise cover as effectively, right? It's a very complicated map to draft for, and we'll see how both these teams kind of try to address that because, again, a double midfield comp, it's not unlikely here, will have that open space presence, but with the corner stuffing, it's even harder to take Gates barriers than it is to take the Inky's barrier. So we might see a similar situation where that defensive power from Sad Boys really shows itself.
Yeah, especially I think we're looking at the bans and stuff as well. I mean, there's no it's Dubu Atlas. Oh, looks like Oh, here's the draft actually already up. So yeah, it was I Me Now got banned, and it's Dubu for boys. See, Dubu, Luna, Juliet for boys versus what's that? Kai, Estelle, Rasmus for EKC. So EKC still not going with the traditional melee goalie, even if it is like Rasmus goalie, right? It's still like, which it probably won't be. It'll probably be Kai goalie,
Yeah,
right?
the
They're still
Kai.
going for that. Yeah, they're still going for that aggressive, like ranged goalie. But boys with the Dubu, I mean, that guy holds it down. I think especially on this map, like stuffing it past them in the corner is going to be extremely difficult.
Dubu is historically very, very good at defending versus a team like Estelle Erasmus, a forward duo like that. An infamous forward duo for being very good at both breakaway 1v1 plays and also possession. But the issue is that Dubu doesn't really falter to either of those. He's very good at holding down 1v1s. He's good at locking down these non-checkmate scenarios. And EKC is drafting for that kind of situation, right? Also, again, kind of on the Luna. I've heard very good things about Sad Boys' performance with the Luna recently. They've been liking it a lot. They've been picking it very frequently and doing well on it. I believe, again, just with the covering of Kainoob here, it's going to be really, really awkward for Soren to play defense versus Bell's playing his normal kind of style on Juliet, the signature Juliet pick, as well as Kainoob with, again, that global coverage, what Luna's so good at.
Man, this is Pauldron's Dubu as well, so just doubling down on being big and sitting in the corner. And we'll see what this forward duo of EKC can do as well. We'll see how much impact Soren's able to have on this Kai as well, because that's really what you're looking for is offensive impact when you pick a goalie like this. I mean, he's been playing up at this midfield line basically the entire match, only just now falling back to the crease when the core even gets close. So we'll see what kind of impact we're getting here, but Kainoob with the boost will pick up the first barrier here for Sad Boys. Back pass to Vaughn, gets it around, looking to pass up to Bells. Giga Blast from Soren clears it out as we go through the portal. And now Bells in the corner, looking for an opportunity to maybe find a dash punch, but Core going to slip away from him a little bit here. Vaughn going to somersault back, pick that up, NXTD with the death touch into the top corner. Core flip here from Vaughn, clears it out, head into overtime. Flowers right behind NXTD, just keeping the core up. They'll pick up one barrier themselves here. Soren looks like a bit of a miss angle there. The barrier will fall. Growth available here for Kainoob. Burns it here, sets up the Crater Maker. Sends it backwards, though. Oh, my. Gets his own barrier. NXTD wins the strike war.
The self-destruct button there.
Yeah, a bit of the self-destruct button from Kainoob, a little bit.
The unfortunate, the flip into reverse nuke, and then immediately NXTD able to convert off of that. That is something that's actually very good to have in a brawler, is the that scramble situation. Being able to convert off of these weird, random situations. NXTD is very good at that. Very good at finding a strong play out of a strange situation. And, I mean, in Omega Strikers, a lot of weird stuff happens. So having a brawler who's able to convert off that is very good. We'll see if that continues to happen, though. Versus a fundamentally sound team like Sad Boys, it's not going to be something you can rely on, right?
Yeah, it's always, you always got to play to your strength. You can't necessarily always rely on the other team making mistakes, but of course you got to capitalize when they do. But nice textbook play here. Bell's able to set up the 50-50 and takes the top side. Sad Boys quickly recovering to tie up the set 1-1 now, and hopefully trying to take a bit of a lead here as we go into the third point. Kainoob up through the portal, gonna boost down, but gets picked off by Flowers' piercing shot. Will pick up the barrier though. Now Vaughn fully committing to that offense, dropped the Tofu Fortress to just buy some time before falling back to the crease. 3 seconds left on the Kainoob respawn timer. Vaughn has a flip available. It's Sad Boys getting out of this power play unscathed for the most part. Kainoob a pass down to Vaughn, sends it back up to Bells here. Soren able to send it away. Of course, slipping away back up the top side. The Crater Maker coming out, sends Flowers through the portal as Bells brings down the second barrier. Soren up to NXED, trying to find something to trade. The somersault goes wide, and the barrier will fall, but more importantly, Kainoob is down. Vaughn with the flip available, has to burn it there. NXED, though, blocks a shot and brings down the barrier. Soren pushing up on the bottom side. The Tofu Fortress coming out for that, but Bells with the strike war wins. Flowers makes the save, but it doesn't matter. Bells able to find the core again and bring it to the bottom. And that is Sad Boys bringing it to set point.
Soren, yeah, gambling the entire point on that strike war there and not successfully taking it. I was going to point out, by the way, is that Sad Boys have 2 stacks on stacks picks, one of them Kainoob, one of them Vaughn. While Kainoob is not impossible to kill, as you can punish those dashes with an Estelle primary or Rasmus primary, and you can also play solid damage on him with Kai's like Giga Blast to support it. It's really hard to kill Vaughn this game. He has 150 stacks. I don't think he's going to lose it for the rest of the set. He's going to have that very, very high speed as well as the pauldron size. It's really, really hard to... He can cover so much space just by walking and left-clicking, right? And it's very annoying to deal with a goalie that can do something like that as effectively as Dubu can.
Yeah, we're seeing him just take these offensive trades up by the midfield. Somersaulting a little far, gets a nice angle though, and it won't... Barrier won't go down for that one. Bit of a 3v3 scrum in this bottom corner. NXAD with the whiplash up will be able to get it past Vaughn and open up Sad Boy's goal. Vaughn with the dribble, a pass up to Bells. Nice shot through the middle there, but it gets back to NXAD after the goal opens. A pass up to Flowers here. Bells dash punch through the portal, goes through to follow it up. Kind of with a flip available. Nice pass to Bells, split the uprights. And Bells had a wide open shot to the bottom there. Nice vision from Kainoob to find that one. And that will be the set for Sad Boys.
Yeah, EKC very disastrously let their possession slip there at the end, I think. This is the kind of team comp where if you're losing possession versus Sad Boys, it has to be 2-something. You have to make them spend something on their possession take from you, because if they don't, then they have their Luna Dash, right? They have their Luna Dash on their offense, and that is almost a win condition for them. You want to make them spend that dash, probably the most important ability in this lobby, in order to take the ball from you so they don't have it in that offensive situation, so they don't have all these resources to work with. And this draft, really there's one massive highlight, and it's that Dubu gets built different and the size from Among Titans. You can see how massive he is already. It's not easy for Rasmus to score when he's outsized like this. It's actually one of the things he's worst at, and we're seeing the consequences of that as all 3 of the Sad Boys just march the ball forward, left-clicking, flipping, spending their cooldowns on the net, almost even killing the players VKC while doing so, right?
Yeah, that was kind of aura. Literally just Vaughn on kickoff, just walking up and just literally mogging the core all the way into the goal. It's kind of crazy. Looks like they're not going to do that immediately here. But, yeah, just a testament of how much of a wall this Dubu really is. The Sad Boys, though, are going to go down one barrier here. Kind of really beat up as well here in the back line. NXED picking up the second barrier, opening up the goal. Pass down to Soren through the portal, off to Flowers. NXED in the bottom corner. The barrage comes out as well, has the whiplash up. Looking for a shot to the middle, but Vaughn just so big, able to cover so much space as well with the stacks. It's really hard to score, and they'll pick up a barrier here. Vaughn walking up, not afraid, even with the open goal, letting Kainoob just kind of be the backline for a bit. With the flip available now. Waits out NXED's kits. Gets it up to Bells here with the punch. Opens up the goal. There's the flurries.
Oh.
And that's going to be a KO, though. Kainoob picking it up. And now Bells in the top corner. Soren makes a nice save, but Vaughn down to Kainoob. Back up to Vaughn in the corner with the somersault. Flowers with one strike war, but Vaughn sends it back to Kainoob. The Giga Blast comes around. And Kainoob too small. Can't reach it. What a snipe from Soren. And that's going to be 1-1.
Maybe if he had like 2 more stacks, 2 more pancakes, he could have caught that, but the Among Titans size reduction made him not able to get it, and he didn't have his dash to work with either. Soren finding a great Giga Blast, able to punish Sad Boys for walking up so far for so long on their offense there.
That's how you find it, but definitely a gutsy play from Sad Boys, walking up with an open barrier like that. But here's Vaughn again, just way up on the offense, letting Kainoob pull down this midfield line. Has the flip available, going to use it, looking for the second barrier, but Soren able to block now. Bell sending it up with the flurries. That'll bring it down. The Tofu Fortress coming out offensively as well. Kainoob off to Bells, but he goes back through the portal. Vaughn still holding down this midfield line here. Bell's in the corner. Here comes the Crater Maker. Soren taking damage. Vaughn somersaulting up. Flowers able to get the core barely around Bells. Talking pixels right there. Now Kainoob boosting in, hits Soren. A pass up to Bells. What a setup. And Kainoob and Bells for Sad Boys. Bring the point and bringing them to that point.
That is exactly what you're scared of if you're EKC. If Sad Boys get that offense rolling and they have Luna's dash, there's so many things they can do. There's so many different ways they can play that out, and you have to cover all of them at once, and you just can't do it. You just have to hope that you're choosing the one that they're choosing at the same time, and Kainoob is such a good player that it's impossible to save his kind of possession every single time there. And again, we're seeing the way Sad Boys are playing this out. They're just marching it into the corner. They're having Vaughn play this corner and Bells play the out clear on it. And kind of just sitting back, able to cover anytime the ball goes through. They're putting Vaughn where the midfield would be, right? On this corner offense setup because he's massive and he's fast, right? The midfield is able to do all that because you're picking midfielders to be massive and fast here. But in this case, it's the goalie, so they just put him there instead and have kind of cover the open space. It's working out very effectively for them. We see them take the set right now, and there's 2 size awakenings in this draft. You can't deny both. However, you can take the Rampage now if you're Soren, if you're really scared of Dubu getting it, and I personally would, because... Okay, they have NXUD take it, as Vaughn doesn't take it there. We'll see what Vaughn goes for here, team player.
Yeah, that's kind of the awakening I was eyeing a little bit, but yeah, choosing to wait and kind of make this Rasmus choose, I guess. But it will be a little bit of a breath of relief for NXZD here, but it is 2 stacking awakenings on NXZD. So if he does ever go down, it's going to feel really bad for sure. But this team player as well is just going to make a... Now they have the core speed on their side as well, so Sad Boys definitely the ability to continue to march at this goal. In fact, Bells able to open it up right here, kind of looking for another center pass up to Bells. And they just keep finding this setup where Bells is just in between Flowers and Sword, and Kainub just finds the pass right to him, and they just can't outpace him, and he just finds a shot to the top side. Sad Boys being really consistent on that play, and so far it's showing pretty well.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel right to get outpaced as Estelle Rasmus versus a team that has Dubu and Luna, right? Those 2 characters are not as good at covering that open space as long, right? But we're seeing Sad Boys play these long offenses, play these long possession sequences, and really it's kind of the exact opposite of the way you'd expect this game to go. However, when they do get the ball in the corner, it is exactly what you'd expect, as they are able to run it down, take the barriers, flip and score, as consistently and effectively as they've been doing this game.
Yeah, they have assured dominance in the corners, but they've also just taken up so much of EKC's map space. I mean, here they are again. Look, they're just all confined to this corner. EKC have absolutely no breathing room at all. And now Vaughn has a flip. Kainub's about to have a flip. And they're just stuffing that corner. Vaughn's not even there. Vaughn's like AFK by the portal, just waiting for the out clear. Gonna send it through the portal here. Kainub not able to find the core flip, though. We'll have to get a little bit of defense going here for Sad Boys as EKC try to make something happen here. And Vaughn just knocking Flowers off the map down to Kainub here. The barrage spent a pass up to Bells, who finds it to the bottom side. And Sad Boys taking the series, closing it out really strong there on that game too.
Absolutely. That was, I think we were seeing, just in draft alone, the power of a lot, every single pick on Sad Boys. Even the starting awakenings they picked were showing their strength in that game. Kainub was covering pretty much every open space the moment that EKC got the ball clear. Bells was able to convert off the corner. He was constantly scoring every time he got the ball. And Vaughn, again, as soon as he got that stacks and stats among Titans built different, he was able to play that suffocating corner offense pretty much every single point. Like, every single point they were able to do that exactly as they wanted. And it felt like EKC didn't have any answers for that, and honestly, if I was playing in their position, I don't know what I would do either. It's not the kind of team comp that is suited to play versus something like this. The only thing you really can do is have possession for the entire game, and that's not really something you can reasonably expect versus another nasl team.
Yeah, I mean, I might describe that as suffocating, really, especially toward the later end there. You're expecting to have some kind of space to work with and have to play around that, but once Sad Boys had their speed, and they had this, they had Kainub on the Luna just absolutely holding it down in the midfield. They just took all that space, as well as just kept the corner pressure going the whole time, and there was just nothing EKC could even do at that point. But that was that. I don't know what series that was for the day, but that was that series.
Series 3.
Series 3. Thank you. That was Series 3. Next up, we got a Return to Form and Heavy Metal Gundam coming up. So we're going to throw it to a quick break while we wait for the teams, and then we'll be right back with some more nasl in just a bit. All right, and welcome back to North American Strikers League Week 1. Return to form versus Heavy Metal Gundam. Getting it on in Clarion Corp here for map 1. They've done their draft. They've got their picks. HMG rocking Rasmus Era now. RTF doing Vice X Kazan. A very interesting comp indeed, but they have the secret up their sleeve, I think, with the Kazan pick. Muffin Koei, the GOAT, on the Kazan goalie. Gonna hold it down for RTF.
Absolutely, and also Hungry Boy. Vice is his comfort pick. This is his character to play. I think he will pick Vice if she's open pretty much every single game. And there's a very, very strong damage core here for RTF with this team comp, with a Vice X forward duo and the Kazan goalie, in case they need that for kill confirm, though Kazan goalie is not as good for kill confirm as Kazan Brawler tends to be, because he needs to spend his positioning and cooldowns on defense. However, one thing that is worth pointing out, though, is that Heavy Metal Gundam has been scrimming a lot. On stream, Zay has been streaming his scrims very, very frequently, almost every day. And one thing I noticed is that the team that scrims more in the regular season tends to be the one, just by virtue of the fact that you're more practiced, you're more warmed up, and you're more up to date with the current meta. So we'll see how that goes, because I'm not sure how active RTF has been themselves. However, I would favor their team composition, as I think Vice X is a lot more synchronous as a forward duo in comparison to Rasmus now. I think Muffin might have a couple hype moments in Aura this game on defense.
Yeah, especially you got that heavy impact start. Really, really good here for Vice. Strong start here, but one barrier for each. Zay Forever a little bit beat up at the moment, but we'll be able to hold it down with Josh backing him up, forcing this top side. Leo Leon going to come back here, throw a little bit more damage, and Zay Forever's forced to go back for the orb. Hungry Boy able to pick up that second barrier, open up the goal now. Muffin pushing up to the center field. Leo Leon will bank off the bumper to pick up the first point here, and it will be returned to form, striking first.
And that's the thing about Era goalie, is that this character needs possession, right? As soon as things go out of favor of Era goalie, she only really has one reactive cooldown to save the ball with, and it's a light hit, right? So as this pick, you really need to be in control a lot of the time. That's what you pick it for. And the issue is that if RTF does get a strong breakaway with a KO or a sudden take on possession, then we're seeing what happens. Leo Leon doesn't even need to flip to save the ball there. He just wins the strike war, and he has the flip in case Milkman has any resources to save it with, which he didn't.
Yeah, I think at this point you're kind of hoping to get Zay Forever to get turbo boosted into Oblivion and just be such a massive problem that RTF can't do what they want. But right now they kind of just can do everything that they want. And I mean, we're seeing it right now, like you said. I mean, this X is just winning all these interactions with his Era, and be getting both barriers and picking up the KO is certainly asserting a bit of dominance here. A clean shot here for Hungry Boy to take the set, and it's really just going to come down to what awakenings show up if HMG have a kind of a hope of bringing this back. Because right now, of that first set, it's looking a little bleak.
Yeah, and really, this is the thing, is that in the early season, these teams don't have much experience playing with one another. They have a lot of they're all very new. Some roster changes are being done. RTF is the exact same as they were last season, and it's showing itself. They're playing like they're on fire. They're playing just as well as they were when they got that playoffs run last season. And this draft is also especially good for them. Twin Drive Kazan Primetime X, specialized training on the Vice is extremely notable too. The best thing that Heavy Metal Gundam got is Rampage on X, or on Rasmus, but even that can be denied by the very, very strong damage game that RTF is running.
Yeah, you really couldn't have asked for many better pickups there for RTF. So we'll see if Heavy Metal Gundam can make something happen, bring some magic of some kind. They will pick up one barrier here. The Milkman having to run all the way back, though, to get the core. Send it back across the field here. Muffin, calm and collected, just dancing in the back line, getting damage on Zay, keeping the core out as well. NATO coming through here. Hungry Boy going to teleport to the secondary as they push up, look to make some offense going. Female Gundam, though, looking to find the clear. Now Leo Leon down to Hungry Boy on the bottom side. Hungry Boy has a flip available here. Moffin looking to get the core away from Zay Forever, though. There is the Vice ult doing a lot of damage to Josh. Having a hold up in the midfield here. Moffin holding it down, though, in this top side. Against Zay Forever. Nice dodge against the Bull Rush, though. Not able to find much as he head into overtime. Heavy Metal Gundam seeming to throw everything at the wall there and just not coming up with that second barrier. Josh can go up. Hungry Boy cutting the pass, though. Trying to get it off to Leo Leon, but can't seem to get out of this corner either. Nice save by Moffin. Great interactions there. And now 2 flips available for RTF. Milkman will drop the barrier there. And that's an open goal. Leo Leon to the top side. Going to find it off the bumper. Burns the flip as well for fun, but that comes up with the point anyway.
Great dash. I mean, having been in this situation before, I can attest to the fact that playing versus Moffin Curry is an insane skill check and an insane mental check. This is not a player you can beat on autopilot. You need to set up some brutal checkmates. He's, in my opinion, the best goalie in the world mechanically. And if you get him in his comfort zone, he's almost impossible to score on with that guy. Again, he has Kazan, he has like 8 abilities with the Twin Drive now. He's able to always spend a resource on interaction. It's almost like you can't stall him out. And again, with the now Rasmus isn't a character that runs 2v1 checkmates offense. And that's exactly what Kazan goalie wants to play against. So it's really hard for Heavy Metal Gundam to score this game. It feels like the net hasn't even been open on the side of RTF a single time yet.
Yeah, I don't think it has. It's just been an absolute slog for Heavy Metal Gundam this game, and they're going to lose their midfielder here as well. Zay Forever able to find the pendulum swing to finally open up this goal. Won't be able to connect the death touch, though. Leo Leon with the flip available. Not going to burn it just yet, though. Just went for the shot to the center. Power play will end here, though. But now Leo Leon looking at the bottom side. A flip on the goal line. Wow, what a save from the Milkman. Oh, but gets taken out for it by the Vice. And now another power play for RTF. Moffin a pass up along the top side. Pops the X Maximus off the Hungry Boy. Josh wins the strike war here. Zay Forever. Nice hook to bring it out, and the Milkman will respawn. Josh here in the midfield. But Hungry Boy got the size orb, and it's really big, taking up a lot of space. Bringing out the Supernova. Off to Zay Forever, who has the flip available. Going to burn it here with the Whiplash. Moffin makes the save. Getting a crazy angle there to keep it out. Neither team yet to score. Leo down to the center, fighting over the center orb. NATO on the top lane, but Hungry Boy finds a snipe to the bottom side, and Milkman, no cooldowns to catch that, and it's just going to float right in.
Yeah, great find from Hungry Boy there, really. We're seeing it. Moffin is just as comfortable in the open net as he is with the barriers up. And the whole time this is happening, we have a Hungry Boy running this very, very strong damage game, especially with that heavy impact and specialized training we're noticing. When he fully charged that ultimate on Josh, it almost one-shot him. Like, this is set 2, by the way. We're going to go to set 3 very soon if the pace keeps up as it's been going so far. And the game will only get harder for Heavy Metal Gundam as the game progresses because of the way the Awakenings kind of shape up. And this barrier take, going for this bottom side offense, is actually defended very impressively by Milkman and Josh.
3 flips, though, for RTF. Hungry Boy first to burn it, brings down the barrier. Leo Leon going to burn it next, but won't find the point just yet. Oh, however, they will there. A bit of a kerfuffle on that bottom side. I think the now secondary sent it at an unexpected angle, and RTF were able to capitalize on it and find that shot to the bottom. And now Hungry Boy going to be the MVP here. First pick on the Vice, always scary, extra and immediately special. Eyeing the extra special. Yeah,
I mean, I would do it too. There's nothing really in this draft that's scarier than an extra special pickup from Vice here, especially with the specialized training heavy impact he already has. That's so much CDR on the incredibly powerful Vice special there. And Moffin gets size, which is a very, very impressively strong pickup for Kazan goalie. Zay will be able to match the size with his own pickup. However, Kazan has that strike hitbox. It scales with size larger than normal strikes do, by virtue of its base value, right? Also, one thing to consider is the guy gets tempo swing. He'll be unkillable, and his ult will hit pretty hard too.
Looking a little bit scary for sure. Just more and more damage keep piling onto the side of RTF as if they didn't already have enough. Hungry Boy, though, is the one who's taken the most damage in this first point here. Gonna have to just play back a little bit for fear of getting taken out. Watch out for those NATOs, right? But so far looking good. We'll get a butt touch to just keep them low. Second barrier gone here for RTF as well. So far, HMG staying in the driver's seat. Hungry Boy with a flip available. Milkman sending it upfield here, backing up Zay Forever. Mini Supernova into the Tornado, though. Sends it just back across over to Josh. Moffin with the pop-up will make the block. The top spin to try and send it out, but Zay and Josh holding down this midfield line, bringing it back up to the top corner, and Zay Forever will win in the top side against Hungry Boy, who opts to save the flip there on the first point, and HMG will put themselves on the board.
Yeah, the Rasmus pick with that extra size, the Demolitionist, unconditional size, even if he dies, he'll come back still a little bit larger than he was normally. That value is really showing itself here, as it is really the only way I think Heavy Metal Gundam can win, is if they get Zay to be as large and as fast as possible. With the Among Titans, the Rampage, the Demolitionist, he is a very imposing presence on this lobby, and that is the way he can find these goals. Oh, however, Leon will be taken out by an Air NATO, I believe. That will be it, especially because he had his flip to work with. That's a very strong resource take from him.
Oh, Forever dodging a little bit too early. He's going to end up eating that entire Supernova, and it took his entire health bar. So that is not something you want to touch if you are low at all. Still getting beat up here in the back line. We'll manage to steal Moffin's goalie orb. 2 flips available. 1 gets burnt here from Hungry Boy. Almost KOs Josh. Just alive on 1 health in this top side. Running around, praying for his life. Arenado coming out here. Moffin passing it back in. Leon getting beat up just as well as Josh heals back up. But then another Supernova. Immediately Josh is staggered again. Moffin bringing the core around. Leon stuck in the goo. Also staggered. Each side potentially could pick up a KO, but Leon fighting back, just standing on the Milkman, trying not to get KO, getting knocked around, permanently staggered, can't make a play on the core. It's now Josh and Dave Forever looking to take over. Core flip here from Moffin, sends it back in. Leon finally healed back up to try and make something happen. Another Tornado getting set up here, though. Hungry Boy with the Supernova, doesn't find much, but forces some evades. And now some offense into the top corner from Heavy Metal Gundam. Dave Forever trapped in the goo, just taking so much damage from the obscure stuff, and Leon able to capitalize him and get the KO. Milkman with the flip available, trying to hold it down against his power play. Moffin trying to wrangle the core here. Doing a good job, though, Heavy Metal Gundam, of just keeping the core on RTF's side, and a bit of an own barrier as well. RTF now faced with an open goal. They still have a barrier to take down, and all of Heavy Metal Gundam is back online.
Right, and the damage situation here is kind of evening itself out by the form of the map, and the kill confirm is stronger for Heavy Metal Gundam. So they might actually like this form as Moffin thinks he's able to get that strike off in time exactly where he wants to aim it, but the fact that he's in open form means he had to strike it directly upwards into the barrier. A couple missed strikes from Moffin, the points scored. It's like, we talk about how insanely mechanically good he is, but again, the way he plays, the burden is on him to be perfect for like the entire game, and if that's only 90% of the time, those cracks start to kind of show itself.
I mean, much more difficult than playing Dubu goalie for sure. And you just got to rely on that skill, which normally is pretty consistent, but sometimes when, like you said, those cracks show, that's where they're going to make their plays. Core flip here from Leon, picks up a barrier, make that a McDouble, and now on the top side, finds a spin, pass down to Hungry Boy, right into the bottom side, and now RTF looking to get back on their feet here with that clean point to stay in the game. But HMG still one away from dragging this one on longer. They do have a bit of an energy advantage here. 2 flips to 1, and we'll see if they can make anything happen.
Yeah, HMG is a lot better at defending these barriers in the open net, just by virtue of their team composition, and a little bit by their playstyle too. So if they are able to keep these barriers open, it's very, very good for them. Even seeing, again, Milkman spending his flip just to make sure he's not in that dangerous situation, but a very good Vice Stun timed perfectly, both to kill Milkman and take that second barrier. Almost a round winner there.
Yeah, the X-Vacuum is from Leon. Pretty terrifying, and now pressuring this top corner hard. Josh forced to hold it down, winning strike force against Hungry Boy, though. Will get stunned, has to burn the core flip, but it bounces back off the wall. barely gets saved there. And now Milkman back alive here. They pick up the second barrier. Moffin not able to hook it. Hungry Boy, though, picks up another KO. A 4 streak here and is going to have a flip up right now. Actually blinks up to the Thunderstruck, but Zay Forever keeps it away and forces the flip to get whiffed. Now Leo Leon pressuring this top side. Speed boost coming out from the arrow. Sets up the NATO as Josh respawns. Trying to get the core out. Zay Forever and Josh now pushing up. Has to dodge the Vice secondary. I'm the Milkman. Well, trying to get the core away, but Leo Leon bombs the X Maximus, and that's going to be too much. The hit stun forces it in. And now it's match point for return to form.
Strike reset. One thing I've noticed, pretty much every single goal that RTF has scored has been exactly the bottom slot of the corner or exactly the top. They're always aiming for the top or the bottom, able to find that extra little space that Milkman barely can't cover. And really, it's the kind of thing that the Among Titans you'd think would save, but he's still barely not there. RTF very, very good awareness on their shot placement there. It's showing itself with the great experience that Leo has playing Brawler and nasl.
All coming down to this. 0.5, set 3. HMG trying to stay in this game 1. Leo Leon and Hungry Boy closing the pincers here. Moffin pushing up on the bottom as well. That's the barrier gone. Huge supernova. Not dodging. Milkman and Josh just ate the damage. And they're lucky they didn't get taken out there, but Leo Leon looking for the KO. Milkman staggered, but with a flip available. Will get healed up by Josh. Just in time. A very dangerous situation to be in. And a Hungry Boy blinking up to the top side. Going to have a flip of his own in just a moment. They're trying to just keep the core away from his Vice as long as possible as we head into overtime now. Core flip here from the Milkman. Sends it up now. Core flip from Hungry Boy to send it back around. But just stuck in the midfield. Zay Forever a hook to himself. The supernova coming out again. Absolutely chunks him. We'll be able to pick up an orb though. Hungry Boy a shot to the top, but Josh with a flip able to make a save and get it back to Zay Forever. Muffin gonna rotate it around, trying to get it up to Leo Leon, but Josh holding down his midfield, but the Thunderstruck comes in and takes Josh off the map. And Zay Forever though, winning the interactions against Muffin, gets the barrier an immediate pendulum swing. Zay Forever coming in clutch, closing out the set at HMG. They'll stay in this game.
Finding a 1v3 on the offense there. It was just him versus all 3 of RTF, and he was able to take the barrier and cover the outclear with the Rampage stats that he's been building up in the rest of the set. Rewarded very strongly with a Monumentalist on Era. However, the 2-3 pick for RTF is very scary because Explosive Entrance and the Reptile Remedy Deny, it's really, really hard to deal with. The Hungry Boy has so much CDR, and now his abilities are all stronger, and also Muffin just denied the strongest ability awakening in the game. It's going to probably be a difficult draft for Heavy Metal Gundam here. Though it is true that Josh gets the peak performance, one thing to consider is that Zay just picked up a Stacking Awakening, another one. Rampage and Stacks and Stacks, and we're seeing what happens to him, especially with this new draft of the Explosive Entrance. It's going to be very difficult for him to get that stacked up, especially now that Leo Leon has a second prize fighter stack. We might only see that climb.
Yeah. Like this Vice was doing a lot of damage before. Leo Leon was doing a lot of damage before, and now it's just continuing to roll out of hand. So Heavy Metal Gundam are going to have to pull out some more magic. I mean, Hungry Boy immediately picking up the 6th KO streak and just making this pretty violent. Supernova coming out there doesn't pick up another one, but they will have a core flip available in just a few strikes here. The core gets a lucky bounce. But Zay Forever able to pick up one barrier yet again. Hungry Boy able to find the power cord. And another KO getting picked up there by return to form. Now a flip available for this Vice. Leo Leon working up the field here on this power play to try and make something happen. There's the Thunderstruck coming in. Hungry Boy teleporting out. Muffin all the way up in the midfield line here. Core flip here from Hungry Boy will get blocked at the barrier. Supernova coming out, and there's an 8 KO streak. Finding yet another one. Muffin getting hit stunned a bit by Zay, but we'll be all right. Zay now taking a lot of damage, and Muffin picking up a KO. That's the double. It's just the Milkman left. 2 flips available. Trying to hold it down, but it's just the Era. Josh respawning here to try and lend a hand on the goal line. Muffin bringing up the Hungry Boy, the power cord. Somehow they're still defending, but it's not enough against the Bull Rush as Leo Leon shoves it in and brings it to match point for RTF again.
That was actually the tiny buff on X-Dash that scored that goal there. Leo Leon got the 4 prize fighter stacks in like a minute and a half from the set start to his 4th kill, or his 3rd kill rather. He is doing so much damage, has so much knockback, And he's not even the main damage dealer on the team. That's Hungry Boy. All he has to do is extend the damage, and he's doing more than a good enough job at that. Also taking all the barriers at it while he's at it. It's almost impossible for everyone to play right now. We're seeing them play 2v3s, 1v3s permanently, and it's just not enough, as RTF is just completely dominating that set with the possession, with the damage, and a better scoring presence at that.
There from RTF for sure. I don't take a much deserved win. HMG looked like they had a chance there in that second or that third set to possibly drag it on, but RTF just getting more and more damage and just continuing to lock on. What's that? 14? Yeah, 14 KOs from RTF, 56,000 damage from Hungry Boy, who also put up 10 on the gold list. I mean, that's some crazy goal participation. 10 from each versus only 2 allowed in by Zay Forever. Yeah, RTF, I think dominant is really the only word to use for that game there. So HMG going to have to find a way to bring that back in game 2.
Absolutely. Some set losses feel really bad as a team, but if I were RTF and I lost that one set to Heavy Metal Gundam there, it's the kind of set loss where they get 3 miracles, and you don't really care because they're not going to get 6 more miracles, right? You kind of just move on, you draft for, we are already very strong in winning win condition, and we saw it there. It was complete dominance in the last set with that damage win con, and Heavy Metal Gundam didn't really have any answer for it. And now, the healing wasn't close to enough. The Rasmus wasn't able to find any breakaway plays because how are you going to win a 1v1 versus Moffin, right? Moffin, who has Twin Drive, who has infinite cooldowns, and even some size to go with it. It felt like there wasn't really an answer that Heavy Metal Gundam could find in that set, or that game entirely.
Yeah, for sure. There was not a lot that could really be done into that, and you wonder if that's just the sake of experience or the draft, or Awakenings, or a combination probably of all of the 3. But one way or another, RTF looking really strong in this series as we head over to game 2, which is going to be on Gates of Obscura, it looks like. So getting another Gates game here today, and we saw one earlier. It's here's the Awakenings as well, by the way. It's Tempo Swing and Stacks on Stacks. So that's an interesting one, because my understanding is Tempo Swing is a bit more of a defensive item now, whereas it used to be this crazy damage item. But correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's more of a healing thing now. So
yeah, it's mostly healing. It's only a small portion of the healing that you get that's dealt as damage now, rather than the entire bit of it. But it's healing on normal hit too, so only a few characters can get a lot of value from it. That being Aimee and X. Those 2 characters have a lot of normal hits. They get a proc on themselves a lot. That was the value we saw in it last game too, on Leon picking up the Tempo Swing. X already having that large stagger bar, and plenty of normal hits applying that over and over again. Though it is true that Stacks and Stacks is a very strong pickup, and you won't be able to, if you're playing X, get that Stacks and Stacks and the Tempo Swing to keep yourself alive on the way. One thing I'm interested to see from Heavy Metal Gundam is if they will ban the Kazan, or somehow get the Kazan out of rotation or play, because they don't seem to have a strong answer for Moffin's Kazan, because they play kind of 1v1 style, and that's exactly what he wants to deal with. That's what Moffin wants to play against. Though it looks like Heavy Metal Gundam bans Finny, and RTF B1 to the Dubu, which is a very, very good pick. But I'm wondering who has it. It could be Leo Leon. I know Moffin doesn't dabble in that character very much, actually, infamously. But we'll see if he goes for like a Stacks and Stacks Pauldron's Dubu, because that is a very, very strong... We've seen how strong that pick was earlier, actually, on this exact map even. But I think this Dubu is probably leaning more towards the Brawler role.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll definitely have to keep an eye on that as we see the next picks come through. So HMG with their double pick, we'll see what they go here. But I mean, you gotta imagine the era got banned anyway, but you gotta imagine that they're just picking up like an Atlas or something to try and hold this down. I don't think you can try and force some kind of range character, especially against that performance that you just went through. I think you just gotta, like my mind says, you just pick the Atlas and have the revive, have the hold it down in the corner, and then let your forwards go to work, because that was really what was getting anything done in that game one here. Especially you got the speed on the stacks as well to help compensate. So looking at that, looking at I don't know what else. I don't know all the character pools for these players, admittedly, but we'll see what they come through. It's taking a minute.
Yeah, if I were Heavy Metal Gundam, I would be a bit befuddled by RTF picking Dubu as their first pick, because
Yeah.
if you're having a Dubu Brawler or even a Dubu Goalie, you don't really have a strong damage core going. You can't run a consistent damage game, which is exactly what RTF was so good at in that last game, and it's what they're already very good at in general. We've seen it last season. They're at their most comfortable and they have like a solid damage presence. But when I pick Dubu like this, if you're picking Dubu Brawler, you have no kill confirm or damage to work with. If it's Dubu Goalie, you have no one participating in the damage from the net. And that leaves open, again, Heavy Metal Gundam picking Rasmus and Vice, which I think is a very good idea, denying that Vice away, making sure Hungry Boy can't get something going with that, making sure they can't pick the Vice X. I do think instead of they picked Vice X, they'd be stronger, because that's what you want to pick versus a Dubu if it is Dubu Goalie, right? You don't want to pick a Rasmus Vice versus Dubu Goalie in comparison to an X Vice in comparison. However, instead, RTF will be picking Kai and Kazan on their 2 and 3. Their team is Dubu, Kai, Kazan. So it's Kazan Goalie, Dubu Brawler, and Kai midfield. They're playing for a full commit to core control. They have pretty much no damage to go around. They might find a couple knockback kills with something like a Dubu roll, a Logender roll, or maybe a Kai Gigablast. Heavy Metal Gundam goes for an Asher on the pick 3, which leads me to believe that maybe it's Rasmus Goalie, playing for Asher for the corner offense instead, which I agree with. I think it's very good, though I would probably lean more towards the X, as X participates in that damage game, which you would have a lot of value in a stack start. If you can get a single kill with that damage core, especially with a Vice and Erasmus, 2 other very, very good damage characters, you would be able to deny that speed from RTF.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, it could just be Zay on the Rasmus Brawler and Asher Goalie as well. But yeah, the idea of Rasmus Goalie here is that's definitely an interesting thought. So, it does a lot against this Dubu forward, though, for sure. There's a lot of ways you can just keep the core away from him, probably more than just having the stuffing war of Asher versus Dubu. So we'll see what they go with here. We're loading in, and we'll find out exactly how they've oriented themselves with these drafts as we get into game 2 here. But looks like on the RTF side, Leo Leon will be on the Brawler Dubu. Of course, Muffin's still on the Kazan, and we'll see if HMG can bring this one back with the stack start. A different playing field here. No damage coming out from RTF. And maybe that'll be enough for them to find some kind of breathing room and flex their core control, or if RTF are just going to continue to dominate and prove that they are the more experienced team here to jump into game 2.
Yeah, and one thing to consider, again, it is Asher Goalie. It's Pauldron's Asher Goalie with Rasmus Brawler. Okay, I didn't expect that. I think that what the Dubu Brawler pick does is it puts a lot of pressure on your midfield to be the one performing, right? Kai will be hitting the ball by far the most on this team, and with the stacks on stacks, he wants to pick up as much speed as possible in order to get that effectively done. And I do think picking that Asher Goalie, Dubu Brawler really excels in checkmating. It's what he's best at, just covering that space, being able to close out a goal once you have it set up. I think picking an Asher Goalie is playing right into that. I think it's a misdraft because Dubu's already so good at playing in that situation. You want to pick a goalie that can prevent that situation from happening. rather than one who's... Dubu is going to be very effective, I think, in these corner setups, in these barrier takes. And I don't think Asher will be as effective as she would otherwise be into most other brawlers.
Yeah, I have to agree. I thought you were cooking with the Rasmus goalie there, but apparently HMG disagrees. But both sides opened up here in overtime. The energy coming online kind of for both sides, it looks like. Zay Forever only a few strikes away from getting the core flip up. The core around the bottom, somersaults up, but the Milkman able to find the Asher primary. Now Zay Forever pushing up with the flip. Moffin able to rotate around with the quick leverage. Now Leo Leon dropping the Tofu Fortress, blocking off the Milkman in the top side. The pass splitter coming out, a shot to the bottom. Core flip here from the Milkman to make the save up to Zay Forever. The pop-up, though, from Moffin keeps it away from this Rasmus. Going to have another chance here, still holding on to the core flip. Josh up the top side, goes up with the Supernova, but doesn't get the angle to send it into the core. Zay Forever burning the flip kind of on nothing. And now Hungry Boy's going to have, and Leo Leon are both actually going to have their flipped up very shortly. It's just Josh with the energy on the side of HMG, brings down the Thunderstruck. Still not going to burn it here, though. Moffin with the pop-up makes the save. I'm the Milkman. Pushing up now in the 1v2. Core flip here from Hungry Boy, just right to the top. Gets it around the Asher, and RTF take first point.
Open shot. Yeah, both barriers fell very quickly at that point. I noticed Zay didn't really flip in a lot of situations where he could have maybe found the goal off of it, and eventually didn't find a good flip at all. It's a hard mental check trying to flip versus Kazan goalie, because with his hook and his dash and his strike, he can cover a lot of your potential angles, but you do eventually have to let it fly, and it's hard to find that correct opportunity. And we'll see if eventually he's able to get something like that done, but for now he's going to be down the energy. It's up to Josh for a lot of these interactions in the midfield, as, again, RTF will be playing a stronger possession core for the majority of this game.
Now Josh has a flip available, but dangerously low. Leo Leon also low, burns the flip to open up the goal here. Zay Forever looking to take over the top side. Leo just playing around these portals, looking to walk through them. Finds the somersault. The surprise Dubu comes up behind Josh and takes him off the field. Now the Tofu Fortress in the top corner. Gigablast from Hungry Boy keeps it in the corner, though. But wins the strike war against Zay Forever. A nice move there, and Hungry Boy picks up the second point now. Set point here for RTF.
That was a fundamentally strong strike from Hungry Boy, I will say. He walked up before striking so that he could have a proper strike war into Zay there, so he could actually take the bottom shot rather than kind of pinching his own time for it, which is what Zay was expecting. That's something you kind of learn as you play a lot versus strong players. And we're seeing it from Hungry Boy. He's gotten very good at the game very, very recently, or very, very good at the game recently, rather. As last season he showed it, and this season he's looking even better.
One barrier up here for return to form. Pass splitter coming out from I'm the Milkman offensively, as Zay Forever pressing with the pendulum swing. We'll pick up the barrier here. Pushing Leo Leon back with the death touch a little bit, but now I'm the Milkman forced to run back. The Giga Blast picking up a barrier here on the return. As RTF look to bring down the second barrier potentially. Not going to be able to find it now as the core control goes back. Two heavy metal Gundam core here from Zay Forever into all three of them. Doesn't find much, but Josh back up to Zay Forever has the whiplash. All three members of RTF on the defense, though, holding down that goal line in a desperation stand, and they will do so. Power cord here from Josh. Tries to ricochet back. Core flip from Josh, blocked by Moffin. And back around now, Giga Blast from Hungry Boy. Doesn't find much, though. Through the portal, Leo Leon pressing up onto the bottom side. Drops the log, but the path splitter comes out to shut down the play. Now Zay Forever versus Hungry Boy in the top side, bringing it up to the corner. Leo Leon going to somersault to try and get in there. Milkman going down to Josh, up to Zay, but Hungry Boy right there covering the top side. Core flip comes through, waits out Zay's kit, and sends it out for the clear. Giga Blast comes up, a nice pass to Leo, brings down the second barrier. Off the Tofu through the portal, though. It gets back to Moffin's hands, who passes back to Leo. Goes to the portal, but right into the Supernova, who tries to pass it up to Zay Forever. The Thunderstruck to stun Moffin, and that'll be the core. Yeah, use Energy Burst. What Energy Burst? And that'll be HMG on the point.
Yeah. A direct shot there from Josh, catching Moffin out, who was going for a hard read on the bumper clear there. And again, we're seeing Heavy Metal Gundam finds some strong offenses there. If they can get that corner setup going, if they can get Josh in the perfect situation, they are able to run some very strong offense and some very scary offense. There were a couple times earlier in the point they could have scored if they played a little tiny bit differently. So they're definitely not doomed in this game. They have a very strong chance of winning, especially with that pendulum swing knockback kill on Leo, who had his flip.
The stacks on stacks gone as well off this Doobie. That's a huge deficit for this kind of slow guy. Big supernova, just a lot of damage onto everyone. Now Leo Leon back alive, drops the tofu in the top corner. There's a somersault that the core just floats back through the core, but Hungry Boy able to send it on through. I'm the Milkman looking to pass it back up to Josh here, though. But our RTF able to make the clear. Send it out back to Josh here. 2 flips available on the forwards from HMG. I'm the Milkman going to have one soon as well. Stay Forever still holding on. Gets taken out. Leo Leon with the somersault sends him back to Moffin, and they'll just pull him into the goal. And now the power play begins. Still 2 flips available. Okay, well, 1 flip available now for HMG. They will hold on, though. Don't even need to burn the second one. No barriers gone off of that power play. RTF not able to get much done. Stay Forever up to Josh with the core flip into the supernova. And that's going to go right into the top side. HMG tying it up to set point and are looking a lot more comfortable in this game.
Good positioning from Josh there, putting himself on the core with that flip. I had no idea where I was going to send it. I don't think anyone on RTF did, considering it went exactly top corner. And yeah, Heavy Metal Gundam 0.5 here. They're actually posed to take the set, given the stacks on stacks count. Though Zay did die recently, he is reset on that completely. Leo isn't exactly going to build it up by the time this point ends, unless it goes on for a very long time either. This offense here is actually pretty easy to handle for Heavy Metal Gundam, as they do have Asher with plenty of cooldowns. They're able to damage Leo so much that he's not actually able to play the corner. He has to walk back and rotate, but somehow that barrier was taken. It was something with Asher's rotation on their primary there, and this open net is actually very dangerous for RTF. Asher's so much better at holding that one barrier from the open net.
I like this defense here from RTF. They're just holding down this corner, all 3 of them, just fighting the strike wars. Josh doing a good job of just striking it back in repeatedly, though. Finally, they're able to dig it out. But a death touch here from Zay Forever gets it right back into that same corner. Core flip from Moffin to send it back around. Try and get some offense going on, and the Milkman finds it clear, though. Core flip from Zay Forever, and that'll open up the goal. Barrage coming out from Hungry Boy, keeping Milkman on their toes through the portal, back through the portal. Hungry Boy up to Leo Leon, back to Hungry Boy, passing it back and forth, looking for the mix-up, looking for the shot, but Zay Forever finds the hook and clears it out. Potentially, Leo Leon rolling in with the log. I'm the Milkman makes the save. Wins the stuffing war. Zay Forever up to Josh and off the bumper. Josh able to find the shot. And that'll be HMG taking set 1.
Yeah, able to strike where the Kazan hook there. Well played defense too from Heavy Metal Gundam at the very end there. That was a scary place to be. And they were able to hold it down pretty comfortably regardless. Asher has her pick of the litter here. I think there's nothing insane for her going for the hot shot instead of anything like a size or maybe a glass cannon. That does go for spec on Hungry Boy. That's a preemptive vice deny, but that leaves open a size for Zay Forever. Moffin gets prize fighter, also a deny, but really there's nothing insane that RTF gets in this draft, and Heavy Metal Gundam in comparison get a glass cannon midfielder and a size on their brawler. That's exactly what you want. That's perfect, actually, especially considering it's really hard to take that glass cannon from Josh. He has to deal with a Kazan goalie, a Kai midfield, big brawler. None of those characters are especially good at getting rid of the stacks of glass cannon, so he'll be very fast this game. The possession might actually turn itself in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam, despite the fact that they have the Kai pick.
Leon taking a lot of damage, but dropping the big soup up in the top side. Doesn't come up with much, just got to fall back and get the orb here. Still fighting in this midfield here, though. Gets staggered. Should be okay for the moment. Josh has a core flip available, though. It's HMG looking to take down this barrier. The supernova coming out, forcing Leo Leon away from the play. So far, Moffin and Hungry Boy able to hold it down. I mean, this Kai is just kind of able to be everywhere that he needs to be. Core goes through the portal. Moffin looking for the KO on Josh with the flip. The barrage from Hungry Boy, able to pick it up. And now it's a power play for RTF. Leo Leon with the log, but a core flip from the Milkman, able to clear it out and buy a lot of time here. Leo Leon brings down 1 barrier. They're looking for 2. The barrage comes through, but Josh is back alive now. Able to clear it out through the portal, a self-pass. Moffin able to send it right back his way. Now Zay Forever with the Whiplash up. Core flip out from Moffin through the portal. Find the clear. Off to Josh, the Supernova coming through, but sends it backwards just a bit. Moffin, though, is really beat up. Core flip comes out from Zay Forever, and now Moffin staggered as the barrier falls. Leo Leon looking to try and body block a little bit. Going elusive here with the Kazan thing. I forgot which button it was, my bad.
Who knows? I mean,
Core flip, though, from Hungry Boy. Save it out, and they're just trying to get their goalie a little bit healthy here, as Zay Forever is just looking, waiting for any opportunity, and Josh has that flip available as well. Burns it here, but immediately blocked by Hungry Boy. Just keeps it up in the top corner. But Zay Forever winning the strike force against Hungry Boy, trying to get it back up. Core flip here from Leo Leon into the bottom side. Both teams struggling with this open space, but Leo Leon gets taken out on that bottom corner. Now Zay Forever looking to the bottom. Moffin, a quick reaction save there off to Josh in the bottom side. Looking for a pass, but Hungry Boy doing a good job. Just interrupting everything, and Leo Leon back online now.
Yeah, that's the stacks and stacks taken from him, though. He was actually pretty high stacked up, as this point is going on for so long that everyone but Leo has the stacks almost fully done. Like, it's still, the point hasn't been scored yet. It's the first in the set. And again, I think that is the reason that Hungry Boy took that specialized training, is because if you can find a Giga Blast kill, not only do you get the kill, you also take that stacks, and it's hard to get it otherwise because you don't have much damage on your team, so it shows a lot of value in itself. But really, it's even harder to score just in general, as Milkman is holding it down completely and thoroughly. It's almost impossible to take the second barrier, especially if you're just one Debu in the corner. However, a misread back pass, I'm not able to cover it, not quite reacting in time, as the second barrier will be taken. It is open net now, but Zay does have his flip to work with. This is scary for RTF to deal with.
Or looking for somewhere to send it. Goes to the portal here, but Leo Leon just kicks it right back. Down to Josh here on this bottom side. Leo Leon playing the center line. Rolling up, has the flip available, passed down to Hungry Boy back up the top side, but Milkman able to get it out of there. Zay also sitting on a flip here from Leo Leon with the log, but Asher Primary able to block that one out through the portal to the top side. Zay on the goal line, finds the flip into the pendulum swing to guarantee it. And HMG, after what feels like probably 5 or 6 minutes almost, pick up point 1 in set 2.
Yeah, HMG able to punish a misplayed offense there from Hungry Boy, going for a Giga Blast score. But the consequence of that is that the ball gets to Zay in that open space alone. We saw it there. He had his flip to work with, and it was more than enough. Even if he didn't flip, he probably scored, but there's nothing wrong with securing that goal no matter what. I'd recommend more people do it even. Maybe learning from earlier in the game too. He's had very good flips since then, using it to take that second barrier, using it to confirm goals. And again, we're seeing Heavy Metal Gundam take this momentum and kind of run with it, as it feels really hard for RTF to actually find that second barrier now.
And 2 flips available here as well for HMG. They have a lot of ways to keep this thing safe. Barrage coming through, barely manages to grab it actually. Just sneaks that barrier out. And now that's an open goal for HMG. They're trying to defend, RTF trying to defend. Tofu comes out, but it's a bit too late. Core flip here on the line from Josh. Finds the way to split the uprights. Leo Leon and Muffin positioning slightly far apart, and Josh saw the gap. And that's going to be set point now for HMG, who are looking to be in a really good spot. Milkman has a flip available on defense as well. They're looking to close this one out and bring it to a set 3.
A very tight timing on the flip from Josh there, and again, I'm the Milkman. He has his flip to work with, and it feels like he's had it for almost the last 3 points since the start of the point of the first set. He hasn't needed to spend it on anything for quite a while now, and again, there's no threatening offense here to be had. Before they can take that second barrier, they first have to take Milkman's flip, and even that is extremely difficult, because before they take his flip, they have to take his primary. It's like this layered kind of defense that you need a long, drawn-out offense to work with to be able to actually force those resources out, and RTF hasn't been able to find that at all, as they've been getting out-possessioned by, again, this Glass Cannon Vice. She's faster than Kai, and that's what you picked Kai for in the first place. However, the second barrier is taken, and Milkman will lose his flip, so if there's any time to score, it is now.
Up in overtime. Now the core with Josh and Save Forever pushing up the field. Hungry Boy looking for a center clear to Leo Leon. Finds it, but Milkman able to send it away. Now Josh down to Save Forever. The barrage comes through. They wait it out looking for the center shot. Is blocked. Milkman back down to Save Forever. Mopping up to Hungry Boy. Josh able to block the clear off to Leo Leon. And the 1v2 drops the Tofu Fortress and just sends it right in. RTF staying alive in this set with that one.
Dribble into wall, greatly done from Leo Leon, able to convert off of his 1v1 play there. I do think he's kind of figuring out how to play around that Asher primary. He's striking it out before it can stun him, right? And if he's able to do that consistently, it's very strong for him, as Asher primary isn't that catch-all, I win the interaction button, which it seems like it could be if you do actually have that space to work with. What an angle from Hungry Boy, what a click there. Able to take that second barrier, punching Milkman for what seemed like unpunishable positioning.
Here for HMG. They do have the open goal on their side. They're trying to keep it up as much as possible. Core flip here from Josh. Will get one barrier. Save Forever getting dangerously low, though, by Muffin. Just standing on top of him. Core flips here, though. Dodges the maddening descent. And that will be the barrier gone as well. 2 goals open. Leo Leon about to have the flip up. Off to Josh here. The Supernova coming out. The Muffin able to redirect it just in time now off to Leo in the top side. The Tofu coming out, but it hits the death touch. And Save Forever now with the core flip here from Leo Leon. Gets blocked by Josh. We head into overtime. Yet again. Hungry Boy on the bottom side with the barrage. Core flip saved by the Milkman just in time. Off to Save Forever, who finds the KO with the pendulum swing. It's 3-on-2 here. Josh off to Save Forever. Dribbling up the field. The power core to the top side. Beats Muffin's strike. And that will be the set one by HMG. 2-0 so far. And they are looking to bring this to a game 3.
Yeah, RTF feel like they've kind of figured something out around the end of last, or the point before last, but still it's not even close to enough, as any mistake, any knockback kill they give to Zay Forever, it is enough to convert off of that and find the goal. Asher will get a team player, which is crucial. However, Kai does get aerials, which again, the win condition for Kai right now is to be fast, to have that coverage to deal with. And if he has the aerials to work with, that could be the difference maker. With extended possession, with properly played offenses, again, a Kai dash on that corner setup can force out those resources from Milkman to make sure they can get these offenses guaranteed, rather than just something that you hope Leo Leon can find out of his hat, right?
Always. Anything more reliable is always preferred right now. HMG picking up that first barrier here. Looking for some kind of possession, but the core sort of floating around a little bit for the moment. As now in that bottom corner, not able to find much though. Josh through the portal looking for the self-pass. Hungry Boy able to send it to the top side for RTF as they look to force it through, but Milkman doing a good job holding on. Will lose the first barrier on the top side. RTF still holding on to the core for a bit. Zay Forever blowing everything to force it out there and through the portal, but RTF just regaining possession. Zay Forever looks like a bit of a lag moment there, but it doesn't matter because RTF got both barriers anyway. Zay Forever, though, will pick up the one on the return. Now both sides open. Leo Leon staggered, has a flip. Milkman with the flip through the portal. Muffin can't get there in time. A goalie goal for the Milkman with a heads-up shot. And HMG continue to stay winning.
Yeah, Muffin not quite finding the strike there. He was in range at the very end. Maybe misreading the angle, as the portal does have some complicated angles to it. Again, it feels like it's, again, getting kind of close for RTF. They have these offenses that they might score on, but just barely Milkman is able to save it out. Josh is able to interrupt those offenses as they're happening. And again, Heavy Metal Gundam are finding their own offenses a lot more consistently and effectively, especially with, again, I didn't point it out in the moment, but quick strikes on Rasmus is one of his favorite pickups. It gives him so much more room to work with in those 1v1 scenarios. It is a great pickup for him in that kind of situation.
Staggered here. Will be all right. Now Zay Forever pushing up on this top side, looking for this top corner where he's had so much success. Finds the death touch. With Hungry Boy in position to defend now. Now Leon and Hungry Boy looking to collapse on this core, but Milkman finds a nice gap there, though. Goes back through the portal here in overtime. Zay Forever in scoring position, waiting for some kind of pass, but Leon and Hungry Boy back here as well on the defense. Moffin, nice pendulum swing, almost found its way in there. Now Leon with the Tofu Fortress in the top side. Picks up one barrier, looking for a second one potentially. All three members of HMG gonna be on the defense there, and they'll be able to stuff it back out. But Leon somersaulting back in with the log, opens up the goal now. And Moffin with the flip available, looking for a pass up to Hungry Boy. Leon dribbling up the field here. The pass splitter comes in to try and shut it down. Leon trying to hold on to core control, but Josh through the portal. Hungry Boy right there to block it. The barrage comes through. Flip available here in the top corner. Hungry Boy points it. Here's a pass to Leo right to the center. A perfect play. RTF tie it 1-1.
Great shot from Leo there too. Pass into shot. Josh thought that was going down, especially with the momentum it was already having from Hungry Boy's flip pass. And one thing I'm noticing is Siege Machine Dubu is actually covering exactly as much as it needs to with the extra range. Or sorry, the extra range on the wall. Notice how, again, that was a little off, and it almost still covered all of that corner setup. With the Timeless and the Siege Machine, a Dubu wall could actually take a guaranteed barrier, when otherwise wouldn't be able to cover all that space effectively. It's strange, because Siege Machine doesn't usually like that, but right now it's just enough to get that value.
But this is a huge Tofu Fortress Soldiers creation awakening for sure, and 2 flips available. Leon just burning his right there. It's about to be 3 flips available here shortly for Heavy Metal Gundam, and Leon staggered, having to force back and just get the orb to stay alive, trying to burn abilities to keep Zay Forever away. Meanwhile, Josh able to burn the flip and pick up a barrier for HMG. Now 2 flips up here for RTF. Hungry Boy flips